the District of Squamish Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, June 23rd. Hot squalin to list to luktamuk, Squamish Oakmail. Please be advised, got my little script here. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting, Melissa Van Bluto. My name is Andrew Hamilton. I'm acting mayor for the month of June, so I have the pleasure and responsibility of chairing the Committee of the Whole meetings for the month of June. And with that, let's get started. I'd like to look for an adoption of the agenda. Passed, moved. Thank you. I have trouble with this. Passed and carried. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Mayor Herford. All in favor? Motion carried. Words, they matter. Next, I'll look for, that was the approval of the agenda, adoption of the agenda. So next, we have our first item, presentation from SORCA. So I'll invite staff and SORCA up to the zone to introduce themselves. Thank you. Will just be a second to get the presentation up.
That turns the mic on, and then when you're done. Great. Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Jackie McKinley, and I am the Director of Membership and Fundraising for SORCA. And I'm sure most of the folks in this room are familiar with the lovely Ian Lowe, who is the Executive Director of SORCA. Today, we're excited to share some of the incredible milestones we're achieving and some of the challenges we're facing at SORCA this year and in previous years. We also look to highlight how SORCA has taken on new scopes of work as it pertains to our collaborative grant agreement with the District of Squamish, and how this increased scope has had associated costs and increased resources associated with it. By the end of our discussion today, we hope to demonstrate that the district should not only continue, but also consider deepening their investment in SORCA as the partner that will support in advancing the district's plans and policies as it pertains to the Squamish Trails and the Squamish Trail community. There we go. Okay, so to kick us off, we kind of wanted just to take you through a few high-level pieces of overview of SORCA for those that are maybe not as familiar. SORCA really does continue to be the leader when it comes to trails in Squamish. For the last 34 years, we, being our staff, our board of directors, our working committees, and our countless volunteers, have been successfully guiding, leading, and advocating for our trails here in Squamish. As a member-based organization, we are really excited to be pacing to reach our highest membership base to date. We're looking to hopefully exceed 3,500 members this year. And our members not only sign up with SORCA to support the trails, but also to engage in the community. This year and in previous years, we have around 40 community events that our members participate in. And our members also support us in raising funds and getting involved with 9 other nonprofits each year. SORCA also drives value for the community at large, not just our members. For every dollar that the district invests in SORCA, the broader community benefits with over $200 of visitor spending. And our organization is really committed to collaboratively working with the Squamish Nation. One way we do this is through unrestricted funding and administrative support for the Squamish Nation Youth Mountain Bike Program, which is in its 6th year. We are really proud of the impact that our small organization makes in the Squamish community. And we work really hard every day to ensure that we will be able to continue this work for years to come. That all to be said, our world is changing. I'm sure you hear this a lot. And we really do see a larger increase for investment in SORCA as an opportunity. With our annual operating budget coming in at a deficit for the 5th year, we recognize that there's urgency for us to take action. Just a really quick snapshot of our sources and uses of income with 2 main takeaways on this slide. The first being on the sources of income, you can see that grants are a crucial piece of our income, being the largest piece of the pie there. That to be said, a lot of the grants we receive are restricted, whether that be in a timeline form, there are 1-year commitment that we receive, or the funding is restricted to certain projects or initiatives. Ultimately, this leads to a big lift for our staff and our volunteers. We have to reapply for grants every year. Some years we get them, some years we don't, and it's unreliable. That to be said, our grant with the District of Squamish doesn't necessarily fall in that bucket. It is reliable. We know, we do have support from the district, which is amazing. And it is one of the very few revenue sources that we're actually able to allocate directly to our trail crew costs. On the uses of income side, although trail maintenance is our largest use of our income, some of you might be surprised that that's actually less than 50% of our total income. That to be said, everything else we do ultimately leads to raising money or supporting trail maintenance. So for example, you can see that, membership events and program fees is one of our big buckets, but ultimately that cost drives folks signing up to be members. And as you can see in the sources of income, membership is one of our biggest sources of income. So at the end of the day, trails really are our North Star, and everything we do every day is to support the maintenance and development of trails. So as we mentioned, we have been running a deficit budget for 5 years. So this has really it has really amplified the idea that we need to diversify our revenue. We are not, blind to that. And not only this year, but in previous years, we have done a lot to explore that. In the last few years, we have changed our family membership pricing, which has been incredibly successful. And we have also implemented the commercial operators piece in partnership with the District of Squamish. And both of those raised thousands of dollars in a passive format, which has been great. This year, we are doing even more. Again, we realize the urgency. So we are exploring things like social enterprise feasibility and options. I think we've talked to a few folks around this table about that this year. We have been executing multiple donation solicitation campaigns, which we've never done before. And we are also in the process of brainstorming our first ever large scale fundraiser event, which will include some sort of auction or online auction. Even with these successes and a lot of exploration, trial and learning, it's ultimately still not going to be enough unless something drastically changes. We are very likely going to have to adjust our budget for 2027. And unfortunately, as mentioned before, trail maintenance is one of those areas in which will be impacted greatest. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Ian to talk a little bit about the status of our current grant agreement.
So yeah, just to take a step back to see where we are right now. So our 4-year grant agreement ended December 31st, 2024. As you know, Jeff Norman and myself presented a 4-year wrap up in September 2024. And then due to the ongoing community agreements policy work, we've entered into 1-year extensions for 2025 and then 2026. And then we've submitted a proposal currently to staff for 2027. SORCA will be submitting our CAP application as soon as that opens up, and that will be for the fiscal 20 or the 2028 year. And we understand this will be both a funding amount as well as a term, because we don't know if that's going to be a negotiation piece or what it is. So that's where we are today. So if we go to the next slide. And then just kind of to talk about what our current responsibilities are under our grant agreement, it really boils down to kind of 4 items. The first, implement a recreational trail maintenance program and optimize recreational opportunities. So SORCA was not shocked with the 2023 mountain bike study data that indicated we had gone from $9.8 million as an economic impact to $26 million. And again, that was just over a 6-month term, the 26 million. So we feel as if we have optimized recreational opportunities. 2 is use progressive trail building techniques aimed at mitigating common trail issues. So just as a case in point, between our trail crew and paid contractors in 2025, SORCA invested over $387,000 into the trails. 3 is secure rights for maintenance and public access to trails on private lands. We share the same goal with the District of Squamish because it's the right thing to do to enter into land use agreements with private landowners for public access to trails on their lands. Yet we have reached a point where we can't pursue these any further because our scope can't increase anymore. And then 4 is provide education and guidance on proper trail use and etiquette and promote trail and guide users about trail maintenance program. So SORCA has a very active social media and e-newsletter presence, and we work with many partners to guide and educate trail users in and around the network. Okay, so between 2021 and today, SORCA's world has dramatically changed. And these few points are some of the key items that have changed. So as we've talked about, delivering the promise of securing rights for private lands. So what we have done over the last few years is enter a land use agreement with Squamish Sea and Sky Development for that 7 parcels of land that we're now responsible for the trails on those lands. Black Mountain Logging, we've got 2 parcels of land that we have a land use agreement with. We have an MOU with the Squamish Nation for territorial lands, plus the 16 privately held parcels of land, MOU with the Shima family for the 2 parcels of land. And as I've said, as much as we completely appreciate that this is the right thing to do, as we take on more and more scope and responsibilities, we don't have there's no incremental means of funding this extra work. And that's kind of where we're at today. So the second point is the increased operating expenses. Mountain biking is growing. And it's not only growing from just demand, it's growing from seasonal expansion, it's growing from e-bike growth. And a quick side story is that on the Rec Sites and Trails BC counters, the first trail ever to exceed 80,000 rides in a year just happened in 2025. And that was for the data heads. It's Tracks from Hell with 82,200 rides on that trail in a year. So that's 211 rides per day for 365 days. So our trails are getting well used. Spring and summers are getting drier and winter months are getting more severe, the storms that are coming in. This is also resulting in expanding the trail crew season and more maintenance on trails. And then finally is the tourism piece. So yes, we're seeing huge amounts of growth from tourists. However, we have this fall that it is about to explode. Between the World Cup in Whistler and Red Bull Hardline, we are going to see a massive growth of mountain biking. I've been to these 2 events before. These are massive international global events. Forget about the Soccer World Cup. It's the World Cup that's coming here. These are big events, and I can't reiterate it more. The third item that has significantly changed is our relations with Squamish Nation. In 2021, when SORCA entered into the agreement with District of Squamish, there was little day-to-day responsibilities between SORCA and Squamish Nation. And today we are in constant contact with Squamish Nation, whether that's the rights and title team to fulfill the commitments of the MOU. And we're working on developing an education and awareness campaign. We're working alongside the Squamish Nation Rec Department to fund and administer in a good way the Squamish Nation Youth Mountain Bike Program. We're working with Inchkay and the Squamish Forestry team related to upcoming Squamish Community Forest harvest activities. We're working with Squamish Nation youth, elders, parents to design a new bike trail that's going to be designed by them in the Chikai area. And we're working with the Land Guardian program more and more on just different initiatives that are happening in the network. The fourth item is specific contract projects. So over the last few years, we've worked hard to increase the number of grants that are coming in to the community because we need another funding stream. And these have benefited the trail network immensely, yet they rarely, if ever, cover project management, administration, and require operational capacity to deliver. So since 2024, SORCA has issued, garnered approval for, and project managed over $660,000 of trail-related contracts. And then 5, as Jackie mentioned, so we've spent out our surplus from COVID. So during COVID, we didn't have a very big trail crew. We didn't run many projects, and we did build up quite a nice surplus, and that has now been spent down. So without expanding resources, the scope of the Squamish SORCA grant will need to be realigned. There's just no two ways about it. So we'd like to take a few moments to remind you of the strong alignment between SORCA and the district's goal of increasing community capacity and resources to accomplish Council's strategic plan, OCP, and Trails Master Plan. First, we'll go into the strategic plan. I know you all know this very well, this plan, but just as a reminder, priority 1, actively engaging with Squamish Nation to foster equitable and trusting relationships. So as noted in this presentation, Squamish's SORCA is in constant communications with Rights and Title, Inchkay, the Land Guardian teams. Additionally, we meet regularly with Squamish Forestry and the Squamish Nation Rec Department. And then priority 2, connected and livable community, create a net increase of new parks, trails, and gathering spaces by September 2026. So over 50% of the trails that SORCA stewards are within the District of Squamish boundaries, and although these fall outside the district's direct responsibility, they are not defined, and they're not defined as commuter trails. Many are incredibly important connectivity routes. And examples of these would be Jack's Trail, Master, Mike's Loop, Bob McIntosh, Lumberjack, Roller Coaster, et cetera, et cetera. And then we have our community plan. So the goal of the OCP, capitalize on the district's recreation assets to build Squamish brand and grow local economy. So SORCA supports a number of key initiatives within the 2040 plan, specifically including objectives 18.5A, maintain an integrated and connected multi-use recreational trail network, and B, develop sustainable funding source for trail maintenance, trail network maintenance and enhancement. In addition, 18.7, recreation economy. These objectives that we feel we're following quite well. SORCA is a critical link in supporting, protect, and capitalize on the district's recreation assets to build the Squamish brand and grow the local economy, and enhance recreation assets through local collaborations and partnerships. So based on the outcomes of the 2023 mountain bike study that SORCA commissioned, using the most conservative figures, and I say that only because we only surveyed for 6 months, every dollar that the District of Squamish invests into SORCA, the community benefits over $210 from visitors alone. And I'd also like to remind you that this did not include any events, commercial events that were coming into town that need those trails for those events. And then we have our Trails Master Plan. So I understand that this is not the most current of plans, yet I know it is still a plan that we abide by. So the Trails Master Plan vision, Squamish will have a comprehensive network of sustainable multi-use trails that will be valued as one of Squamish's primary assets. So recommendation 1, make trail support a district priority. And then within the implementation section, the plan identifies secure trails with amending bylaws, adopting policies, and securing trails with private landowners. And then under the resource section, it states the district allocates monies for trail maintenance and works in collaboration with partners in the community. With the increase of Squamish as a destination to ride, hike, climb, and walk, the demand for trail network within the district of Squamish is expected to increase. It has. Despite limited resources, the district has a responsibility to ensure that the trail network is maintained for the community's needs of today and tomorrow. So to summarize, SORCA, we feel that SORCA is a win for District of Squamish, and District of Squamish is a win for SORCA. And speaking specifically to our side of this ledger, the multi-year term. So as all nonprofits will tell you, this supports long-term planning, predictability, financial security, and allows us to kind of think beyond 1 year in advance. Number 2 is the funds that SORCA receives from District of Squamish are critical base funding to allow the association to secure additional funding opportunities. And then trail crew funding. As Jackie said earlier, this is one of only very few. I think the gaming grant is the only other one that we can actually tap into that funds trail crew. Everything else is project specific, and it's us awarding contracts. And then the collaborative efforts. And an example of this was the commercial operator policy that we worked on a few years ago. And now that inputs $40,000 into SORCA's account from commercial operators that use the trails as their source of revenue. So as we noted, SORCA strongly feels that our association supports the district in increasing community capacity and resources to accomplish the council's strategic plan, OCP, and Trails Master Plan. SORCA strongly believes that we are the right District of Squamish partner due to our organizational capacity, tenure, and track record in the community. And with that, we welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, we've got about 10 minutes left for this item. Mayor Herford.
Thank you for the presentation and all the work over the years. I guess that you mentioned a couple of things there I just wanted to pick up on. One was the district funding source can be used for trail crew. Are there any other restrictions with those funds, or how does the rest of that agreement, like, and those terms and conditions work? I know that 50% of the trails are in the district. There's a matter of private land. Like, I know it's complex, but are there pieces in there that, or is it I've heard asked for dollars and time. Are there other pieces of that are challenging, or can you speak to how that works for you on your end?
You're referring to the district funds? So no, I mean, we provide a report to the district every year on all of our activities, how the funds were spent. So no, there's other than the annual reporting, there's no other caveats with that, with those funds. And in that report, we don't differentiate between, okay, these 16 were within district boundaries. These weren't within district boundaries. We haven't got to that. We know from Trail Forks data that it's 51% our trails are in the district and just under are out of the district. But no, it's from a reporting structure, it's not onerous, put it that way.
Okay, and then actually, I'll leave it there. I'll give everyone else a chance.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I should probably know this, but can you remind me just the history of the DOS annual funding amount? I know you came in the last budget with an increased funding request and we didn't provide the full amount requested, but can you remind me what that dollar value is and how it's increased over the years, if at all?
Sure. I might be going somewhat on memory here, but so the actual 4-year term, I believe, started at 90 and then had a 5,000 lift every year. And then, so we've now had 3 1-year extensions, and the current amount is 123,000.
Thank you. And then can you just speak a little bit about collaboration with other trail users and trail user groups and how that work is going?
Sure. Yeah, so there's definitely groups that, so with respect to Squamish Trail Society, so that's a group that shares the same trails as us. We partner with them on a lot of projects. They kind of, they see their territory as Valley Bottom trails, and then we are on the sides. But there's a lot of overlap. So One Wonderland this year, we did a lot of big collaborative project, and it was great working there with their volunteers. We had secured some funding sources, worked with contractors, and it was very much a collaborative effort. With respect to other user groups such as like SDBA, Phil and I are in constant contact, whether that's just our own conversations on overlapping areas. We're very lucky in this community right now to have there's physical barriers that break up the riding areas, and that's worked. And then there are certain areas like lava flow that do have some overlap, and we just work together as much as possible. It is tough for those two user groups to kind of cohabitate in an area. It has to be quite well managed, but that's what we would do on lava flow. So,
Councillor French?
Thanks, Chair. I have a question for our staff. I just pulled up the Trails Master Plan and realized how old it is. Is an update to the Trails Master Plan in the district staff work plan? Is that coming up for review anytime soon?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Megan Latimer, General Manager of Community Services and Infrastructure. Currently, that work is not on staff's work plan. However, we are aware that it is getting up there in terms of how old it is. So it's something that we will take back and have a look at.
Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Greenlaw.
Sorry, thanks to the chair. I was just wondering, sorry if I missed this in your presentation, the proportion of the trail work that's being done by paid versus volunteer.
Oof. Well, there's trackable volunteer, and then there's non-trackable volunteer. So currently our trail crew invests roughly 6,000 hours into the network every year. So that's our trail crew. And then we facilitate dig days, whether that's public dig days or private dig days. That's about 2,500 hours of volunteer SORCA facilitated volunteer work. And then there's the non-tracked. And I wouldn't want to wager a guess on what the non-tracked comes to.
And then for the paid trail crew construction, is that kind of like basically designers and engineers kind of aspect, like the more technical aspects of trail design and construction?
No. Yeah, a lot of it's like clearing out culverts or drainage or reroutes because of blowdown or clearing blowdown, or there's a significant safety variable that's been brought to our attention from search and rescue, and we will address that through a small reroute. Whereas contractor work is typically like the federal grant that we got last year. So we identified 3 very specific tourism-centric trails: Climb Trail, Meadow of the Grizzly, Sudasuga. And we had $187,000, of which $150 was covered for, and they needed to go out to contractors. It couldn't be internal work. It had to be all bid out. So we were able to execute that. But really the trail crew didn't touch it, but it alleviated the trail crew from having to maintain all those trails, because those trails to maintain would take a trail crew whole season. So they do kind of work hand in glove, but they are 2 very different things between the contractor work and then the trail crew work. And then typically for the dig days, we focus on projects that are a little bit easier to execute, because it's generally not as many skilled volunteers coming out. But we know it's going to be very fruitful work, and it's also easy to get to. So we can have the volunteers show up. So,
Councillor Stonery.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, a question to staff as well. This is a follow-up from a number of our core partnership agreements that we've had annual update on. Back in April, council passed a motion in consideration of trying to pull forward some of the core partnership agreements in advance of the 2028 budget and seeing if we can do that in 2027. I'm just wondering if staff know when that information will be coming back to council so we can have a fulsome discussion about the pros and cons of doing that work.
Through the chair, Julie Vengi, General Manager of Corporate Services. My understanding is that information will be coming back to council on the July 9 agenda. 7. Sorry, 7. 7 is a Tuesday.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the presentation. I'm just, there is some, unless I misunderstood, a bit of tension between, a lot more people coming, a lot more demand for trails, but also sort of some stress on your capacity to secure more private land access, secure more trails or maintain more trails. And then, we just had the SAR base opening, which was great, but then there's more pressure on SAR the farther we spread out. So are there discussions about, should we be thinking about focusing our trail maintenance and not spreading out and maybe pruning a bit? Or can you just speak to that tension and where you are with that?
Sure. I think I think the two things in there. One is that there's a lot of private land out there that people don't realize is private land. So it is still the right thing to do to be entering into a land use agreement. Wonderland goes through 4 different landowners, and I would wager that none of us in the room could actually list all those. And so I agree with you from the perspective that we need to kind of be starting to not expand outwards, that we need to be just kind of controlling what we have. But part of that controlling what we have is entering into land use agreements on private lands that possibly the landowner doesn't even know there's trails on there. And the last thing we want to disrupt is that there's a big lawsuit and then that one landowner gets sued, and then guess what? It ruffles the feathers for everything out there, which includes the economic value of mountain biking in this community. So I think we're all trying to do the same thing, which is protect this incredible economic generator that we have in this form of mountain biking. And I think part of that, it's smart for us to be entering into land use agreements with private landowners to kind of get that that onus of care off of their plates and onto ours in a sense. So yeah, I don't think we need to be looking at broader regions right now, but within our current framework, I think there's still some key private land ownership agreements that need to be entered into.
One final question from Mayor Herford.
Thank you for that. And in your presentation, you mentioned the sort of etiquette training for riders or awareness and so on. And this portion of the conversation makes me think about the complexities of, I guess, securing appropriate land use and so on. So the matter of rogue, the complications that, unsanctioned trails bring to all of these, can bring to these delicate conversations. And just, are there specific initiatives that you have underway to address that sort of that aspect of life in the woods?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things we've started is this volunteer contribution policy. So it's got a sexier name than that, but anyways, so basically volunteers, they invest a lot of money in building trails, maintaining trails. And we've said, right, perfect. We will, all that material costs and even your travel to get to these places, we will cover. And the condition that you're doing it on a trail that has some degree of establishment. So we have Section 57 trails out there. We have Section 56 trails out there. We have grandfathered trails out there. Those are all fine. If you're out there building a trail on a private piece of land without that landowner's approval, you're not getting a penny from us. And because of that, the ship is turning a little bit for sure. And we also meet with all of our builders once a year in a dark and dusty, no, just kidding. And we have these conversations. It's like, we have some very sensitive land. This is not the Wild West of 25 years ago. Land is very expensive. There's a lot of competing interests on this land base now. And let's just engage in this dialogue. So yeah, we go about it. That one maybe is not as public. The Beers for Builders event is what it's called. But yes, we educate people through our policies now. We have 16 different policies within the organization, and that is one that we end up paying out $6,000 or $7,000 a year of just material costs, nails, chains, gas to get places. But they have to be, like Intergalactic's a great example. When those builders go out there, that's an established trail. That's all good. But if you're not building on an established trail, then we can't help you.
I'd like to move receipt, and then I'll speak to it if it's second.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Just thank you for the presentation and the conversation today. I think the work is really, it's truly remarkable how far it's come in the last choose a period of time, the last 35 years, or even the changes that we've seen since COVID. So thank you. And I think we've done a good job here of sort of just touching the tops of the waves of the complexities of the work that you do and the importance of that. And the amount of responsibility that SORCA has really actively sought out is unlike anything else that any organization I've seen do. You know, we're not no organizations out hunting for more liabilities and more more responsibility. And all joking aside, it is that complex, but we really need these efforts if we want to continue to not just have the benefits that we have from our trail network at this point, which also includes acting as fire breaks and fire access, which we heard from BC Wildfire Services through the Dryden Creek fire last year, but the broad economic impact has to community. So thank you so much for everything that you do, and thank you for bearing with us through this process to get on the other side of our new program that should be it aims to provide exactly what you're looking for, at least in the terms of certainty and long term. The dollar piece will be a decision for other days, but I think you make a strong case, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Stoner, then Councillor French.
Yeah, just really briefly, thanks for the presentation and all the work that you folks do. We're so fortunate to have organizations like SORCA and many others in our community that just really bring together so much passion and volunteer and direct it in a way that is so sophisticated. And that's really the word that I would use for SORCA and the way that you folks have evolved over the years. A thanks for the creative ways of trying to find alternate revenue streams. Appreciate the partnership that you have with Tourism Squamish right now that is going live right now and is very visible in our community. We'll say gently encouraging / shaming folks to participate in funding our trail network because it is such a gem to our community. As I mentioned in my question to staff, there's a forthcoming discussion on some of our core partnership agreements, and if there's an opportunity to pull some of those forward in advance of the 2028 budget. I appreciate it's been a long time as we've worked through on this end of the table, our partnership agreement, and many folks have been waiting, yourselves included, for some more certainty. And so we are doing our due diligence and seeing what we can do to pull some of those core partnerships forward and the trade-offs in doing so. But that'll be for future discussion. And just appreciate you really highlighting today the gaps that have emerged in the process as we kind of strive for that higher level of sophistication for our trail network. So thanks for the insights.
Thank you. Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. In supporting the motion, I want to share two observations. One was how impressed I am with the sophistication of the Squamish Off-Road Cycling Association. When I think back to 1990, 91, when a small group of of mountain bike enthusiasts in Squamish, including Mayor Herford, was looking north and seeing how successful the Whistler Off-Road Cycling Association was in its very early days. We all knew that Squamish needed its own cycling association, and we threw it together over beers. And a lot has changed since then. And additionally, wanted to point out that as I was taking a quick scan through the Trails Master Plan, there's a lot of references to the year 2010. I didn't find a specific date that it was finalized, but again, lots of references to 2010. It's not 2026. And I truly believe that that excellent plan, which my friend Todd Pope was instrumental in pulling together, is ready for an update. And when it comes, I'll be enthusiastic to see the good work that goes into that.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the presentation, all the work over the years. I think as we think about upcoming budgets and all the things competing for dollars, the return on investment, not just dollars, but in terms of usage and the access provided to folks to have some fitness and enjoyment and so on is quite impressive and something that's worth remembering as we are making those decisions. And I think it's, it strikes me about what lessons there are in terms of aligning what we do with the sort of natural environment and topography and the sort of land around us and how far we can go when we're sort of working with the sort of what's there as opposed to building physical structures to try and do something different. It's interesting how far we can go. So thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I just want to say, thanks for coming in today. Thanks for the presentation. It's always just so eye-opening to see how much you contribute to the community. Obviously, there are a lot of competing interests on this side of the table of what we invest our money in, but I really appreciate the efforts to find different revenue streams. I do think there's a lot of opportunity there for more revenue coming to SORCA. I find it hard to believe that more people are like, I'm willing to give more money to SORCA from personally, so I feel like there are other members of the community too, and how to tap into that. It's another conversation, right? But, it's, I think I hear about you all the time in my social circles, and obviously I partake in, or I benefit from your work as well. So just wanted to express my appreciation, and we'll see what pieces come into play in the next couple months. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Anderson.
Yes, it's actually a question to staff and perhaps for our presenters. I wonder if your presentation, if the SORCA presentation could be made available for the district's or council retrieval in future. Thank you.
All right. With that, thank you very much. SORCA, from my perspective, SORCA is a shining example of a community partnership between a local government and a group of very passionate individuals who do very amazing work. And the level of professionalism that SORCA has brought to this form of agreement, in my mind, is unique. So thank you very much for your work. And I look forward to seeing the ongoing community agreements, policy conversations, and the future budget discussions. Thanks very much. Okay, thank you. So with that, we will take, call the question. Always forget it. Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we will take a 5-minute break to get our next guests up and running. Everybody. We'll come back to the Committee of the Whole meeting for Tuesday, July 23rd. Our next presentation is from BC Housing. Thanks very much for joining us on the Squamish Heart and Hearth program. I'll leave it to staff and our guests to introduce themselves. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce our guests from BC Housing. We have Leticia Ramey, William McPherson, and Gillian Child, representing both the Heart and the Hearth pieces of the program. And they'll be giving council an update on the program in Squamish. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to you folks.
Thank you. My name is Leticia. I am the Acting Director of Regional Development in the Lower Mainland for BC Housing. Thank you for having us here today. Well, advancing. Oh, here we go. Thank you. So we'll just start with a land acknowledgement. BC Housing acknowledges that we conduct our activities on the homelands of thousands of Indigenous peoples and many nations across British Columbia. We acknowledge with gratitude that the area we are discussing today is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. We offer gratitude to the Squamish people who have lived on these lands since time immemorial. So for our discussion topics today, we'll be going over the Heart and Hearth program, the temporary transitional housing nature of the program, our project timeline and site selection, communications and engagement planning, our operator selection and services plan, safety and security, and resident outcomes. I will pass it to Gillian.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gillian Child. I am a Coordinated Access and Assessment Manager with BC Housing in the Vancouver Coastal Region and the project lead for Heart implementation in Squamish. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning about the Homelessness Encampment Action Response Team, or HEARTH initiative, and its implementation in Squamish. So first, I'd like to touch on the need in Squamish. The 2025 point in time count identified 125 individuals experiencing homelessness in Squamish. And we know that that's just a snapshot in time, often underrepresented count, but it helps us to better understand the scale of homelessness in the community and informs our response planning. Importantly, the data shows that homelessness in Squamish is largely a local issue, affecting people with strong connections to the community. Nearly 3/4, or 73%, report living in Squamish for at least 1 year, and half reported being here 5 years or more. This challenges the common perception that people experiencing homelessness are primarily coming from elsewhere. The majority are individuals who have established roots, relationships, and histories in Squamish, with many folks born and raised here. In recent years, we have also seen the emergence of encampments in the downtown area. While people may turn to outdoor sheltering when they feel like they don't have other options, encampments are not a safe or appropriate long-term housing solution. They present significant health and safety risks for the individuals living there, and can create challenges for the surrounding neighborhood and businesses. We know that housing is foundational to health and well-being. When people are brought indoors and connected to healthcare services and mental health supports, substance use services, and case management, they are more likely to stabilize and begin working towards permanent housing. Addressing homelessness requires more than enforcement or temporary measures. It requires housing coupled with support services that meet people where they are and help them move forward. So the province's Heart and Hearth initiatives represent a significant investment in this approach. These resources will support BC Housing and the District of Squamish in working together to address homelessness, improve community safety, and provide more effective pathways to housing and support for people currently sheltering outdoors. Ultimately, this investment gives us an opportunity to respond to a very complex challenge in a coordinated way that benefits both vulnerable residents and the broader community. So the province has introduced 2 complementary initiatives to respond to encampments and support people experiencing homelessness. HEARTH, or the Homeless Encampment Action Response Team, brings together local and provincial outreach partners to coordinate services for people sheltering outdoors and in encampments. The goal of HEARTH is to improve safety and health outcomes, build relationships with individuals, and help people transition indoors more quickly when housing opportunities become available. While outreach and housing navigation are critical, immediate indoor options are often also needed. And that's where HEARTH comes in, which we'll speak to later. But HEARTH is the Homeless Encampment Action Response Temporary Housing, provides safe indoor, long-term, supportive, and affordable housing for folks who would otherwise be sleeping outside. So together, these create a coordinated approach. HEARTH focuses on outreach and connection to services, while HEARTH provides immediate indoor sheltering options that serve as a pathway to more permanent housing. Just a little bit more on HEARTH. The HEARTH initiative serves to enhance local homelessness and encampment response. At its core, it's about improving coordination and ensuring that partners are working together in a more aligned and effective way. I like to think of HEARTH as a service delivery model, multi-agency outreach approach that supports local governments and community partners in addressing encampments and unsheltered homelessness. A key component of the model is coordinating services across local, Indigenous, provincial partners to ensure more integrated, shared approach to homelessness response. HEARTH also supports the development and implementation of encampment response strategies that are tailored to local circumstances and community needs. The model also recognizes that resolving homelessness requires more than housing alone. It aims to address individuals' mental, physical, cultural, and social supports through coordinated service delivery and stronger connections to supports. Underlying all of this is a commitment to shared planning, information exchange, and data-informed decision-making. This encourages community and outreach partners to collaborate by drawing on shared knowledge, information exchange, and also on-the-ground experience. It also emphasizes using shared data and analysis to inform planning, identify service gaps, and guide more focused community-enhancing improvements to local homelessness response systems. So what is the HEARTH model in principle? What does it look like in our communities? So that's kind of what this next slide speaks to. One of the most significant benefits is that it brings a more coordinated, cross-disciplinary approach in response to homelessness and encampments. HEARTH brings together local governments, BC Housing regional staff, Vancouver Coastal Health, Ministry of Social Development, Poverty Reduction, nonprofit service providers, Indigenous and First Nations partners to work towards shared goals and coordinated action. To support this work, HEARTH establishes 2 key working groups. The first is the Encampment Working Group, which provides strategic oversight and helps guide community responses to encampments and unsheltered homelessness. The second is the HEARTH Outreach Table, which brings together frontline outreach and service providers to coordinate support for individuals experiencing homelessness, for them to share information and align on outreach efforts. This table helps to operationalize the priorities and directions identified by the Encampment Working Group, and it translates those strategic priorities into coordinated action on the ground. Another key benefit is the increased outreach capacity. So through HEARTH, 2 full-time outreach positions have been added to support homelessness service delivery across the North Shore and Sea to Sky corridor. These staff are supported through Coordinated Access and Assessment Manager, which is myself. Ultimately, HEARTH is designed to create clearer and more effective pathways from encampments and unsheltered homelessness to services, shelter, housing, while providing coordination across the broader homelessness response system. So at this point, I'll turn it back to my colleague Leticia, who will provide an overview on HEARTH. Thank you.
So the HEARTH stands for the Homeless Encampment Action Response. It's temporary housing response. It's transitional housing, provides safe, stable housing with embedded support services. It can be built and occupied quickly, so it's designed for an expeditious delivery and provides urgently needed housing for people experiencing homeless who would otherwise be sleeping outside. The modular housing stays in place temporarily while we continue to build more permanent supportive homes in the community. In Squamish, we are currently working together towards developing 65 new permanent supportive homes at the 39900 Government Road site. So in terms of next steps in the actual project delivery timeline, in February of 2026, the District of Squamish announced the Phase 2 Heart and Hearth to the community. In spring 2026, we're still engaging in site exploration and consideration activities. Summer and fall 2026 is our estimated target for site confirmation and community engagement. And in winter 2027-28 is our estimated and targeted opening of the project. I'll just go through some site selection considerations. So our process is that we work very closely with the municipality and the staff at the District of Squamish to identify suitable sites. We consider both municipal owned and non-municipal owned sites. Some of the site considerations are land availability, the lot size, the costs, permits required, the site servicing, and different site preparation that might be necessary. Also, a key component is the proximity to healthcare and other community and social services and transportation and amenities. And these are the key items that are essential for people who are pursuing healthy, stable lives and may not have access to vehicles. For our communications and engagement approach, our engagement goals will be to fulfill all of the municipal requirements relating to development proposals, to share accurate information, to build positive relationships with the community and with staff, and gather community feedback and then report back to council on what we heard, and including our responses and outcomes. Outside of the engagement scope is the site selection, the funding program requirements, and the operator selection. For the HEARTH planned engagement activities, typically those would include initial project information sharing to the community, such as letters, emails, and FAQs, community information sessions, small group meetings, meetings with the operator, sharing project updates consistently, and then having an opening celebration. Our ongoing neighborhood inclusion efforts will include open collaborations with local partners, direct contact information can be shared, and potential donation and volunteer opportunities as well. I'll just pass it to my colleague Clooney.
Good morning. I'll be speaking a little bit to the delivery model of the temporary transitional housing with supports that's envisioned under the HEARTH side of the program. And so the delivery model that we utilize includes selecting an experienced nonprofit nonprofit operator to manage the facility and property. We are currently exploring those partnerships through an RFP process, and we'll look forward to having a confirmed partner in due course. Our process begins with a definition of project needs. So looking at need and demand data from the community and the folks experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of experiencing homelessness. We evaluate RFP submissions based on experience, operational approach, and proposed budget, and we endeavor to select the best fit according to those criteria. As an overview for what the transitional housing services program looks like, really at its core, it embeds social supports into the program, including life skills, assistance with employment activities, support around financial stability. And the program works to connect residents to community supports, including healthcare and other needed supports. HEARTH programs are designed and operated with the safety and security in mind. First and foremost, there is a 24/7 site presence from the nonprofit operator, which is coupled with a who to call sheet so that any issues can be brought to their attention for resolution. We also employ a CEPTED design approach, so that's crime prevention through environmental design, and look to prioritize sight lines, lighting, camera coverage, managed access points, et cetera. Ultimately, what we're trying to provide a home that, while it may be temporary and transitional, is really a home. And what we see through research is that folks' housing and health journeys are greatly improved when they're provided with the stability that comes with having a place to call home, having a lockable door. We see several areas in which residents of supportive housing or folks, when they become residents versus folks experiencing homelessness, experience far fewer health system interactions as well as criminal justice system interactions. And with that, we welcome any questions.
Thanks very much. Questions from my council colleagues? Mayor Herford?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd like to the staffing levels on the HEARTH side. I'd like to understand. It says, I believe in the presentation, it said two FTEs split between to cover North Shore, Sea to Sky. Are these folks working with the HEARTH program in North Vancouver and Squamish? And sometimes that, I'm just curious why it was expressed that way. It was a curious way to express it. Could you elaborate on how those folks will be spending their time, or what we should expect there?
Thanks for the question through the chair. The reference to FTE is in relation to net new BC housing staff. So those are homeless outreach worker positions. But I think to address maybe the spirit of the question, really the intention is to provide better coordination of mostly existing services. So funded outreach positions that already exist in community. And I think very importantly, providing a coordination platform for other service types like social development, poverty reduction, healthcare, policing, bylaw enforcement. So while it may not be a dramatic sort of increase in a BC housing direct employees, the intention is to achieve sort of a greater than the sum of the parts value add through that improved system coordination.
Thank you for that explanation. I think the way that was, I appreciate that rationale. The way it's presented as two for that area makes me just wonder how we ensure that we have a proportional amount of that time and energy spent in Squamish, so we don't have a 1.8 in North Van and that 0.2 that's left over comes to Squamish. And I understand that sort of group response, but that's the concern. I don't know how to. I'll take the response for now, and that doesn't include anything on like that's the coverage area would be between the two Hearth site communities, North Van and Squamish. Is that correct? This isn't a Sunshine Coast or further abroad thing?
Through the chair, they are regional staff, and so they are supporting the North Shore and Squamish primarily. Those are the communities that they would be primarily in, and we have outreach workers that are supporting the Sunshine Coast and Powell River, and that's independent of these regional staff.
I have another question, but it's on something different. So if someone wants to follow up on this.
Yeah, follow up on this, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. And just to further clarify, it was my understanding that up until the end of March, there was a BC housing position supported to under one roof for encampment outreach, a 1 FTE. And so I'm just curious if that is still in place and this is an addition to, or if we've swapped that 1 FTE for a 2 FTE split between two communities.
Through the chair, that position has been funded again through Squamish Helping Hands, and it is independent of the two homelessness outreach workers for BC Housing.
Councillor Pettingill on this.
Yeah, just thank you. Are the budgets for Heart and Hearth separate? And just I'm wondering if the more that gets spent on leasing and site prep and so on for the temporary housing, does that take away from potential financial support for these 2 FTEs and the sorts of things, or those are the Heart and Hearth are really kind of independent funding pockets?
Through the chair, yes, I believe they are different funding programs, and that there wouldn't be a direct relationship between funding allocated to the property-based work versus funding allocated to the system coordination work.
Any other questions on this topic? Great. Obviously, we can ask more, but back to Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Under the public engagement piece, it was quite clear that the funding program requirements were not part of that engagement. But could you speak to what they are? Like, what sort of things are covered in that statement, and what should we expect on those things that the community is not going to be able to engage on with you?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The pieces that would be outside of the community engagement scope would be the site selection process, but we would work very closely with the community, the District of Squamish staff to identify potential sites that would suit the needs of this program. The funding program requirements, meaning, for example, the specific residents that would be housed within this project and the specific services that would be provided. So again, it would be shared, but just it would be outside of the communications and engagement process scope. And then the operator selection process, which my colleague referred to, that's handled separately through a request for proposals process, competitive process for service providers that would apply through that process. And then there'd be an evaluation and so forth.
So on the specific category of funding program requirements, I'm just curious what those are, what we should expect, or is there a suite of things that could go? Just can you orient us in that space? I know you'll be, I accept that you'll be communicating out about that, but just what categories of things are there, or have you seen in other, or have been brought forward in other, or implemented in other sites? I'm just trying to contextualize that piece of this a little bit further, if you could.
Through the chair, if I can clarify, are you referring to processes occurring during the development phase or post during the operational phase?
Just on that same slide where you cited those three pieces, it just says funding program requirements, example, housing, residents and or services provided. But just like what are the funding program requirements, and like what does that look like there? So anything deeper than that in that category of things, please.
Through the chair, thank you for the clarification. I think what's being referred to there is effectively that the model is derives from provincial legislation and a policy, and is oriented according to need and demand to address a specific need. So where there are I think we recognize that communities have many needs and often competing needs, and I think what's being referred to is sort of a real intentionality. And then I think if asking sort of further, I can comment on the resident selection process, for example. So the resident selection will occur through BC Housing's coordinated access and assessment model, and this is actually managed by my colleague, so she could speak in more detail. But it convenes frontline homelessness-facing service providers to conduct needs assessments and vulnerability assessments to ascertain who in that community would benefit most from access to those resources, while being mindful of operator capacity and the program's ability to effectively provide supports to folks. Some of the services provided, certainly meals, tenant support, programming, again, oriented towards life skills, employment coaching, financial literacy, and then the program really would work with other existing service apparatus, such as the health authority and other relevant supports to help residents connect and stay connected to those supports.
Thank you. I'm good for now.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I'll maybe pick up on that a little bit. And I guess I'm curious if we can articulate who it is that we are serving and what the outcomes are that we're trying to achieve for our community. And so I think there's no silver bullet to the challenges that we're all facing, and our supportive housing is kind of this ecosystem that folks move through depending on their needs. I don't think it's realistic to say that like once the temporary housing is up, the encampments are just going to disappear overnight. There's diversity of needs of the folks who are living in encampments. There's diversity of needs of the folks who may or may not find this supportive housing interesting to them as a place to live. And so I'm just wondering if we can articulate a little bit more, like, who are we serving? Do we know how many of those individuals we think are ready to move into temporary supportive housing? Is there an opportunity to kind of do like a phased growth approach? And do we think that all these folks are going to move from the temporary housing to the permanent housing in 3 years' time? Or what does that transition look like?
Through the chair, at its core, the 125 folks identified through the point in time count would be the first sort of a bullet of any answer there, and then respecting that that's also likely an undercount, and doesn't include folks in housing precarity and who are possibly at risk of becoming homeless. Those are the folks that the program is intending to serve. But we see sort of a base misalignment in math there. So we aren't bringing on 125 plus units. And so I think your comments around preference and need are salient, and that's what the encampment kind of working group and HEARTH side of the program wants to address. So really ensuring that we have a strong understanding of who's homeless in the community, what their needs are, and this type of program under HEARTH, really it's not a silver bullet, as you say, but it's an extremely impactful resource for us to be able to bring on a volume of ready to rent homes. It gives outreach workers and housing applicants and folks experiencing homelessness just so much more sort of system fluidity or system access. But the outreach work still works on a case-by-case basis to generate like a housing plan for each person based on their needs and preferences. And BC Housing administered sites may be a good fit for some. For others, accessing rent supplement opportunities in market settings, or working through other affordable housing models that do exist here in Squamish may be preferable pathways.
Thank you for that. And I guess I'm just curious, like, how confident are we in knowing the population right now? And like, if we're looking at 40 to 60 units, that we know that those folks will be ready to go as soon as the temporary housing is up. Like, what's our level of knowledge of the population right now and their readiness to go into housing?
Through the chair. Our outreach worker has only recently started in the community. We have another one starting next week. So we are relatively new to the area, but we have been funding outreach through Squamish Helping Hands. We do have a lot of data to suggest that there are folks that are ready to make that transition. Certainly not every person that outreach has engaged with, but a significant number. And that's, there's also folks within the shelter that might be, wanting to move into more like a temporary housing as well. And so that's something that factors in and creates some flow, because those beds are full every night. So it's also something to consider.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And so then I guess I'm curious, like, what does BC Housing use as measures of success for HEARTH and HEARTH? You folks have done this in a number of other communities, and how does that get reported on a community by community basis? And like, what can we expect in terms of in a year's time, like how are we measuring the success of this project, that we're all on this journey together?
Through the chair, I would start by saying the encampment working group is, is formed with our municipal partners, including bylaw, fire, police, and district staff. And so that group has the opportunity to set community priorities, and ultimately, like, the programs are sort of responsible to that encampment working group. But the HEARTH program is responsible to that encampment working group.
Thank you. So in addition, through the chair, in addition to the rapidity of the response, which is one of our measurables, turning to the sort of resident outcomes, one of our core key performance indicators is housing stability, measured by folks' ability to enter this temporary housing and stabilize and remain in place. And then, given the transitional nature of this program, we are looking to see folks successfully navigate subsequent steps in their housing journey. In this case, because we have a really hopefully well sequenced longer term plan, the emphasis may end up being a little more on the stabilizing side of things. And I think you asked about exit. As we approach a transition point from a temporary program to a more permanent program. Once again, folks will be engaged on a case by case basis to ensure that their transition out of the temporary asset is successful. I think we would anticipate that many folks would seek to move or be offered a move to the permanent building. But it's also our experience that when sites close, folks don't move as one sort of monolithic group, and it's actually a really good and important opportunity for the system sort of at large to wrap around those folks and really support a personalized housing journey.
Appreciate that. One more quick one, if I may, just as a follow-up. So I heard measures of success in terms of rapidness of response, resident outcomes. I'm just wondering about community outcomes. Like, where does the neighborhood sentiment, the number of bylaw complaints, like those sorts of things that we hear a lot about at this table, absolutely the folks who are living in those housing and their stability. I think in theory, if that is successful, it leads to those other pieces. But how do we measure the other components of success for this project for our community?
Through the chair, I think maybe there's sort of a multifaceted answer there. And if I can speak to the HEARTH side of things first, ultimately what we're looking to see is a well-managed property that's maintaining a clean and presentable appearance and a set of behaviors to the surrounding community. But I think what we also observe is that a lot of the public realm impact, referencing bylaw infractions and other kind of negative data points, those are far more likely to be driven by folks who are unhoused versus folks who live in the housing. And so I think it's important to kind of pull those pieces apart and not always evaluate the housing asset specifically in light of a general public realm impact occurring in the community. You understand that the homelessness activity is really it's really beyond being manageable at the point of a single property, and really is derives from some quite macro forces that may not be within the scope of Heart and Hearth to fully mitigate. But to pivot to the Hearth side, I think that is where we would look to see meaningful impact in terms of outreach, engagement, awareness of who's homeless and what their needs are, and effective partnership with groups like the bylaw enforcement, police, so that we can help support a system level response to a system level issue.
Thanks very much. On my list, I've got Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor Anderson, and then Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks. A couple things. And is there anything we can do to impact the level of heart service? Because when I read through what's presented, it seems that, from my perspective anyways, there's a fairly solid plan around the hearth piece in terms of supports and so on. And but and I think, as you even alluded to in the last comments, there's still the challenge of how do we support the folks that don't make it into the temporary housing for whatever reason, and if that continues to be a bigger driver of challenges for those folks themselves and the rest of the community, in all of this, is there a way as a municipal government we can impact that heart piece?
Through the chair. Yeah, I think it would. I think we would hope that it starts with a partnership and a buy-in to the initiative. I think we see strong successes in communities where the province is able to work effectively with the local government and really partner with some of the services that you administer. Bylaw, I think, being sort of an easy example there around not wanting nodes of the system to be working sort of independently. To the capacity side of the question, at this point that we've been able to bring forward that resource allocation under Heart, and it's similar to what we're using in other parts of the province. And I think further to an earlier answer I gave, I think what we really see is opportunity to achieve sort of a greater than the sums of the part through improved coordination. We have a saying internally where I think we sometimes, this is a bit anecdotal, so hope you'll forgive it, but we've been good at collaborating for a long time, and what we'd like to get to is coordinating. And we think that there's a kind of a materially different value proposition in that line of thinking.
Okay, thank you. And just two more for now. Can you speak to at the temporary site? Is there sort of a one-to-one? So for every support worker, there's another person providing supervision, or is it more that everyone is a support, all staff are support workers, and their job intrinsically includes some level of supervision, or is there like separation of roles? And if there is, can you speak to the sort of ratios?
Through the chair, I can try. I would start by offering a distinction between the sort of base staffing model, which would be a minimum of 2 times 24/7, so 2 staff on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then we would layer on site leadership, like a program manager, a program coordinator, programming staff according to the specific model and the need as kind of identified through a data informed approach. And so I guess the brief answer is there is a differentiation between the base model that ensures a safe, well-managed and maintained site, and the programming services that are kind of layered on top of that. And I haven't touched on maintenance type staff or custodial staff, but they would be part of a staffing model as well.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave that there for now. And I'm just sort of wondering, you know, at the point in time homeless count, half the folks are not suffering from addictions issues, and half the folks in the unhoused population are. And my understanding is in certain cases, what some folks need if they have addictions issues for treatment is to be sort of in a treatment facility for a while. Does this program facilitate, so if there's someone comes into this, they have an opportunity for treatment, so they leave for a while and they see an improvement, is there a reserved spot for them for they come back, or do people have to sort of make a choice? Hey, if I leave to go get treatment, I might lose my housing. Or can you just speak to how that sort of thing works?
Through the chair. Yeah, it's a good question. People would not have to make a choice in that the program would supporting folks in accessing desired healthcare services is a core component of the program. And if a case plan identified that a client's success or a resident's success was going to be facilitated through the type of a backstop arrangement as you describe, then they could certainly implement that type of case planning for that resident. I think that would always be balanced against the risk of having suites stay empty. And so, you know, I can't maybe provide sort of a real arithmetic on how that equation would be reached. But once a resident joins the program, absolutely supporting the individualized case plan would be the program's priority, and they could certainly model the approach that you've named.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Your presentation refers to encampments having emerged in the downtown area. We have a spectrum of encampment types, categories of land ownerships involved, modes of shelter, different modes of shelter, tents, trailers. We have trailers underneath hydropower lines and on MOTT right-of-ways located between west of the airport and downtown south and even further south. My question is, are there any limitations to the scope of, for example, the encampment working group or your umbrella programs that is working under as regards outreach and programming, whether geographically or otherwise within this spectrum? Do you, in summary, have working criteria for your targeted or eligible clientele or encampment types? Thank you.
Through the chair, that work would be identified by the encampment working group. So they would set the community priorities in terms of like the priority encampments and unsheltered homelessness that the community wants to address as a priority. And so we are aware that there's, you know, a variety of encampments from, you know, in the Squamish Valley, all the way to, you know, downtown and loggers as well. But the encampment working group would sort of determine those those initial priorities and keep revisiting and working on encampment response plans for the community and those priorities.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillor French.
Thank you, Chair. I have seen and heard some great information about the supports that will be made available and offered through the proposed temporary housing. There are 4 specific things that I've either heard very little about or absolutely nothing. And I want to ask about the four of them individually. I think one of them super easy. I'll leave that to the last. One of the things I'd like to hear more about is the support in meals, through meals. Would this mean that there would be a kitchen in the temporary facility, or would catering services be taken advantage of, or a combination of both? What would that look like?
Through the chair, either option would be on the table in terms of what the facility was able to provide. We do have facilities that have commercial kitchens, although I say that that may not be true under HEARTH, but we do have other supported housing facility types that have an in-house kitchen, and other programs utilize market vendors or social enterprise to meet those meal needs.
Okay, Chair, and I'm also curious about doctor nurse service. Would that be available on site?
Through the chair, it would not be a component of BC Housing's funding. We don't we don't oversee that service type, but the program would work very closely with Vancouver Coastal Health to ensure that it was integrated into the healthcare system.
Chair, I also haven't heard or seen anything about pets within the temporary facility. Could you talk about supports around people who have pets, or would pets simply not be allowed?
Through the chair, no, pets may very well be allowed. The program design would first and foremost look to address the trends of homelessness. So in different communities, we see different pressure points around what is preventing folks from successfully accessing housing opportunities. And pets, I think, is a common barrier. And many of our programs, if not most of our programs, do allow pets, often through the implementation of a pet policy, in which they would work with incoming residents to ensure that the pet behavior was appropriate and that the pet was well cared for.
Chair, my last one is overdose prevention. I think I have seen that the proposal for the temporary housing does not include overdose prevention within the site. Could you talk a bit about that?
Through the chair, maybe without being able to comment on a specific building, my answer will be a little higher level. We observe drug use and active addiction as a prevalent data point among folks experiencing homelessness, and so as a response to homelessness, the program would not be an abstinence-based building, and so folks would be able to access housing with those behaviors. Overdose prevention and safe, resident safety would be a component of the program, but to be clear, it would only be tailored and oriented to the folks residing there, and would not be a community-facing service.
Thanks very much. Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I just have some some questions about the operator selection piece. And for the operator selection, you have a number of evaluation criteria, and I was just wondering how heavily weighted, for instance, the operational budget will be versus pieces like proponent experience, service delivery plan, community partnership, and operational capacity.
Through the chair. We don't use a low bid approach. So, but the lowest bid is not what is, it doesn't simply win the competition. We evaluate the proposed service model, and then we evaluate the proposed budget in accordance or sort of against the service model. So what we want to see is an effective service model that does offer various efficiencies, and then that a realistic budget has been proposed that aligns to the service model. So if the service model scores highly, then and it has a reasonable and aligned budget, then that would be the type of submission that would do well in that process.
Thanks. And then kind of following on that vein, are we considering, or are you considering for-profit organizations or just nonprofit organizations or anyone?
Through the chair, I believe it's a requirement of this funding that it be a nonprofit organization whose constitution and bylaws comply with BC Housing's requirements.
Okay, thanks. This is a little bit further down the line, so I'm not sure if you'll have an answer for this today, but I'm just wondering in terms of like providing safe living quarters, like one of the conversations that's happening a lot on the municipal level is having, I can't remember the terminology for it, but basically a safe space temperature-wise. Will these be units that have effective climate control to maintain safe spaces?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, all our buildings are designed with the temperature and climate situation and ongoing, warming and things like that in mind. So whether it's full cooling or some form of that the building will be designed with that in mind.
Okay, thanks. And then I just had one other question about the entire process and what level of engagement can our community expect to have from BC Housing around this site? Like if you use the IAP2 spectrum, what level of engagement will our community members have?
Through the chair, sorry, may I just clarify for the site selection process? Is that?
Sure. For the site selection, like I'm just trying to figure out what our community can expect in terms of touch points and where their input is, actually reflected and if it's actually going to be reflected, for instance.
Yes, through the chair, our community engagement process would see us sharing information consistently through the process. After we confirm a site for the temporary transitional housing project, we will reach out to the area neighbors directly with accurate and accessible information. We'll also update our project webpage continuously throughout the process. BC Housing and the District of Squamish will arrange opportunities for neighbors and community members to meet with our project team. We'll welcome questions and discussion about how to best promote successful inclusion of the housing into community and incorporate feedback wherever possible through that process. We'll also have some contact information for community to be able to reach out to BC Housing throughout the entire process, again, for updates or questions as it progresses.
Okay, so to be clear, for the site selection portion, there won't be a community engagement piece?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks. I've got a developing speakers list for second questions, but before doing that, I'd like to ask one question of my own. Could you give us an indication, magnitude, of the total project cost, the total project budget that BC Housing is bringing to the table here. This information helps me when I make decisions about community contributions, because we obviously have, our staff have already engaged quite a bit, and we have other possible questions about partnerships happening. So we want to understand, it's important for me to understand, how much are we bringing to how much is BC Housing bringing to our community? Do you have a order of magnitude answer for that?
Thank you, through the chair. We do have a capital budget estimate. I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but I'd be happy to share that afterwards for information.
Thanks very much. Yeah.
Through the chair, on the operating side, I'm going to have to offer a similar response. We also haven't selected the operator and negotiated the budget, but I believe that we could provide an order of magnitude response if that was desired.
Thanks. And yeah, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair, and follow up. This isn't the first Heart and Hearth community though, like we're in phase 2 of this project. And so I'm curious, like you must have an envelope that you typically come to community with, or is that really vary depending on community? Like would just love to understand how we go from announcement to BC Housing to delivery on the ground with the various communities that you've already worked through.
Thanks, through the chair. As you mentioned, though, every community is slightly different, and it also kind of varies on the site that's selected. So in terms of like the different work that's needing to be done on the site to prepare and those types of factors. So we would want to consider that when we're putting together a budget estimate. And then we do have phase gates of approval. So the way it would work is that we would compile this information in terms of the capital budget costs and the operating budget costs. Once we have that information as well, we would put that forward internally for approval. So I can provide more of a magnitude, I think, estimate, and we can also compare across communities. I think just because of the specifics related to the site and things like that, I would just want to prepare that information to share that with you after. That's all right. Thank you.
Thanks. Second round of questioning, Mayor Herford and Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner, for that this has happened in other communities piece. It's a good bridge to where I'm going to take us now. So in these, there's certain benefits to being, second wave. And I'm curious about, we've heard some things about the positive outcomes, and that's great. I'm sure there's been cautionary tales along the way and some adjustments, and and I'm curious how they're being incorporated, like lessons learned. And I'm thinking mostly on the community side, whether that's residents or businesses and so on. Just could you speak to how like what the impact has been in other communities? Are there lessons learned, and how are you applying those lessons in your thinking as you look to bring the program to Squamish? And I think some of this work is implicit, sort of just the knock-on positive effects are sort of are there, but they're not necessarily explicit goals. But I want to acknowledge that. But can you sort of dig into that a little bit and make sure? I think community. I'm trying to service an answer that gives community that understanding that if there are these documented challenges elsewhere, that you're doing your best to avoid those as we roll this out in Squamish here. So can you speak to that?
Through the chair, I will start by acknowledging that the funding program is a young program. It is newer, but your allusion to sort of the second wave is well taken. I would start by offering a response around around demystifying some of the situations. So where folks, you know, are aware of encampment activity, of homelessness, but don't have access to good data and good information, it can feel very de-energizing or you know, as though progress isn't being made. And through the HEARTH work, for example, building stronger data sets around who's homeless, what their needs are, what their experiences are, and monitoring to measurable deliverables through localized encampment response plans, we can provide community and community leadership such as yourselves a much better understanding of the outputs of our efforts. And so while that, you know, I go back to the silver bullet comment, like this program, I don't think we're under illusions that it will somehow eradicate homelessness in Squamish overnight. As we can start to demonstrate meaningful, tangible progress, we can all work to sort of further optimize our efforts. So that is, I think, something that we've really come to prioritize through work in other communities in which the work has occurred in phases. You know, one encampment a situation receives attention, achieves meaningful, tangible improvements, and the encampment working group is then able to revisit a priority according to local factors and target efforts where they're most impactful.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to follow up on the data piece, and I appreciate that this is a big part of the HEARTH work. I have the privilege of sitting on the board for the Union of BC Municipalities and working with colleagues in Prince George and Nanaimo and Abbotsford and Smithers. And I've heard that it's actually really challenging to get that data from BC Housing. And so I'm curious what commitment we can get in terms of data sharing. I appreciate that some of it is likely sensitive in nature. So either directly with the municipality and our staff, like maybe not publicly, or what is that level of data sharing and transparency that occurs as we work towards this?
Through the chair, certainly data sharing would occur through protection of privacy legislation, and data would be shared in line with the reasons under which it was collected. If we were partnered with city staff on client-facing work and there was an appropriate use of that data, then a data would be shared accordingly, and otherwise, I suppose, aggregate data, statistical level data can be more readily shared, and is through the HEARTH side of the initiative.
Oh, I've got Councillor Pettingill next.
Yeah, thanks. And a couple operational questions. It wasn't, and maybe I missed it, but are there rules or expectations or around visitation, family, friends, that sort of thing? How does that work?
Chair, I believe the facility would be adult only facility, so it would not be conducive to children or youth visiting. But otherwise, folks are able to have guests sort of under a residential housing model. So, you know, it's folks' homes, folks can entertain guests. Most programs employ guest policies that create accountability to the resident for the behaviors of their guests. So folks are signing in guests at a front desk. Folks are ensuring that the guest visits and then leaves without issue, and in some cases, those policies may enforce measures on a resident who's observed to not be compliant with those policies. But by and large, these are folks' homes, and folks are able to have guests under those parameters.
Okay, thanks. And that sort of leads or aligns a bit with my next question. And so my understanding is that, neither the province nor the municipality can force people to leave encampment and take up this housing. It has to be voluntary. But the report talks about cameras and lighting and fencing and inspections and key fobs and so on. And I'm just wondering how that gets balanced, how, so that it feels like a home that people want to leave an encampment for and move into, and doesn't feel like a prison or something. Like, how do we strike that balance so it is somewhere that people do want to go to?
Through the chair, yeah, I maybe should have been more clear or phrased it differently earlier. Most of the safety features, the safety features are also designed for resident safety. So, it certainly wouldn't be it wouldn't be an approach that prioritized one group's safety over another. And so we would, often I think residents appreciate that the safety that those features provide. And if folks have concerns with various components, then those would either be addressed or would be factored into their case planning around the kind of optimal and suitable housing outcome. I think a lot of rental buildings have similar features, be them supportive or market.
Thanks. Councillor, is that your, Councillor Greenlaw? Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair. We've spoken about this a little bit in terms of site selection process, and appreciate that there are legal requirements and due diligence that needs to happen in closed meetings. We have gotten a lot of questions from community of like, how can they share, I think, their perspectives of what may or may not work. And so we have folks here from the Chamber and Downtown BIA and Tourism Squamish around economic and perhaps visitor considerations if we're looking at the downtown core at a high level. Or I think of the folks who might potentially live in these residents, and have we given them an opportunity to speak about what may or may not work for them? It's not like we have a million sites to choose from. We'll be honest with community about that. But I am curious about how we provide opportunity for folks at a high level, maybe not on a specific site, to provide feedback on what they see as like real red flags or like nice to haves in site selection. And we may not be able to address them all. I'll guarantee that we won't. But is there an opportunity for folks to provide feedback of that nature as we go through our due diligence process and site selection?
Through the chair, the typical process is that once the site has been selected, then the community engagement would begin. But that's not to say that during that process that the feedback is not still collected and listened to and heard. BC Housing, works very closely with the district staff as well, and wants to assess the needs and opportunities of the community. So just what I mentioned earlier around the different reaching out to the area neighbors and arranging the opportunities to have meetings and things like that, potentially some open houses, and our contact details as well, which we can share. I would say those are the channels to provide the feedback.
Okay, so you're really looking to district staff and the municipality kind of provide that on the ground perspective of what is and isn't going to work from location. So that's on us to do that outreach with our community members. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think through the chair, we would definitely work closely with the staff to on the site selection piece. So absolutely open to discussions and feedback, and thanks.
Okay. And then I am curious about like what's next. So you had a really high level timeline there, and appreciate there's lots of moving pieces, but I hear often from folks like summer months are busy and they don't want to miss their opportunity for engagement. And so how do they, one, stay informed? What is next in terms of that engagement timeline? What can folks in our community expect? When will this, I'll take the mayor's comment that coming to council meeting isn't really engagement because it's stilted and there's folks watching and they can't ask questions and they have lots of questions. So I'm curious about when is the next touch point as you see it from your side?
Thanks. Through the chair. We are working really closely to try to confirm a site as soon as possible, just noting that this program is for rapid response for encampment. I would imagine that those opportunities would probably come through this summer and fall. And just pulling up our timeline here. So it would be summer and fall of 2026, which would be the estimated timeline for the community engagement to proceed. I think once we have the site selected, then we'd be able to provide more specific timelines and dates around when exactly those events and things like that would be scheduled. So, yeah.
All right, thanks very much. We seem to be wrapping up, and we are wrapping up time-wise. Any questions before motions to receive?
I was going to suggest that I would move to receive the presentation from BC Housing.
You have one more question? Okay. Following the question from Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just one final question about kind of the folks that we're serving and who is at the table. There is a fair bit amount of mental health and substance use in the population that we're speaking about. And I haven't heard much about VCH and their capacity to support here. And so I'm just wondering how that works and how we hold them accountable, being able to support the folks who might need the mental and physical supports as well as just the housing.
Through the chair. Vancouver Coastal Health is one of the provincial partners that sits at the encampment working group level, or is at least invited to that encampment working group level. And depending on their capacity for outreach, they would also be invited to that HEARTH outreach table as well. So we do often refer to it as like the three legs of the stool with ourselves, BC Housing, VCH, and SDPR, like the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, all coming together to coordinate services together.
Through the chair, I can add to that, just speaking about the HEARTH site specifically. I think I mentioned earlier the program would engage VCH in a positive service integration manner. And I think what we observe from the healthcare system is that administering healthcare services to folks who have no fixed address is exceedingly difficult. And so by providing folks with a residence, a lot of the community care models that VCH administers for kind of at large become much more functional and applicable.
Thanks for that. We are fortunate under one roof that we do have the open door clinic, and we've seen the success that that has in terms of getting healthcare directly to folks where they are choosing to be. I think my concern is just whether BCH actually has capacity. So we have additional FTEs at BC Housing, which is great on the housing side, but like, do we know that BCH has the capacity to show up? So it's one thing to offer them a seat at the table, but do we know that they can come? And you folks won't have that answer here today, but what I would really appreciate knowing is whether we need to do more advocacy on our side to get BCH to the table to ensure that this is a success, because without one of those three legs, the stool is going to fall. And that's important for us to know on this side of the table. Our only mechanism there is advocacy, but we do have a strong voice, and we have folks who sit at the regional hospital district table. So where we can, if we need to, it'd be helpful to know if we need to use those mechanisms to make sure that they have capacity to make this a success. Thanks.
Thanks. And Councillor Pettingill, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on one of the data questions, and I understand that there's different sort of behaviors for folks that manage to have the supports of temporary housing and those that don't, and so there are lots of differences. But at an aggregate level, are you collecting data? Are you planning? Is there a plan to start sharing data about comparing sort of changes in different metrics? From communities that have and don't have the Heart or Hearth program, and are there sort of at an aggregate level changes in various things that crime levels or access to service levels and these sorts of things? Are those sorts of, so we can sort of more at an aggregate level judge like, hey, have we made an impact overall in these different communities, and how long does it take, and what is the magnitude of impact? And that sort of data, are you collecting it? Is it going to be available? Can you speak to that?
Through the chair, we may not be the best folks to speak to that at the provincial kind of research scale. What our team would be collecting, utilizing, analyzing is operational data that seeks to inform operational responses, and so I think there would be quite a bit of overlap with the type of analysis you're pointing to in terms of measuring positive impacts, targeting resources, and again setting measurable data points to inform operational successes or seek to pivot. But I don't believe we can comment on the full scope of the question with regards to the provincial intention to create comparative analyses across heart and non-heart communities.
So, and if you don't have the answer offhand, that's fine. But would you know, like, if it's not BC Housing that would be doing some of that, or at least a key piece of that, is there a key ministry that would have responsibility for that sort of data collection, and like, or partnership between BCH and BC Housing, or how would that happen?
Through the chair, yeah, I think given some of the inherent overlaps, likely the Ministry of Health, as well as our ministry, the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs, would be relevant government entities, and they would work directly with their sort of operational entities such as BCH and BC Housing to collect and analyze that data.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, Councillor French moves to receive. Councillor Stoner seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to speak to it. This presentation has been much anticipated within our community, and I fully anticipate that when the video is posted of this meeting over the next few days, it will be well viewed, and many people will benefit from the great information that you've shared with us today. Super helpful, and very appreciative of the thoughtful answers that we've had today and the information that you've provided us.
Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, happy to support receiving this report and the presentation. Thank you for being here. As I've long said through this process, we've advocated for a long time to become a heart and hearth community. Like these are the resources that we have been waiting for, not to put all the heavy burden on you folks. We know it's not a silver bullet, but there are many folks in our community who need the supports and need the help. Both those who are unhoused and then the impact that it's having on the neighboring communities is definitely stretching our community thin. And so I'm grateful that you are here and grateful for the presentation so that our community council and staff better understand what this program means and what we're embarking on in this partnership. And I say that wholeheartedly, that I think I'm not going to speak for all my council colleagues, but I definitely am happy to be at the table and to support our staff to be at the table so that this is going to be a success. We've heard a lot of feedback from our community in the first potential site selection that for many reasons, including technical ones, as well as feedback from community, is not going to be successful. But what I heard in a lot of that as well was that continued caring and compassion of our community and wanting to get this right. And I think those are the questions. So thanks for taking 2 hours of being in the hot seat. I think as we continue to think about this partnership and coming together, it's really important that we think about how we are going to measure and communicate those outcomes. Clear factual information that is readily available and accessible to our community. I would love to see a follow-up on those order of magnitude budget numbers, just so we have a better understanding of what this means, both for our community, and I'll wear my provincial hat here for UBCM for a sec. Like, I get questions all the time, like, how did you get it? What does it mean? Like, how do we create equity and fairness for this program across different communities? And it's showing up differently in Smithers than it is in Squamish, and rightfully so at times, but it's also really infuriating for local governments who are just trying to do our day job, to have the province and BC Housing say, here's how this is going to work. And then it actually creates 10 times more work. But it's important that we still show up and do the work together. Would also love further feedback on if we do need to do the advocacy piece on who else needs to be at the table so that this can be a functional working relationship across jurisdictions, across province, municipality, and other orders of government. And just a continued thanks for the folks who are in the gallery today for your continued engagement. I've heard opportunities to continue to provide feedback, be it written directly to this team or to our staff. The site selection process, many folks have asked, like, that is not going to be a public process. But I have heard, and I think folks on this side of the table and folks on that side of the table are listening to what is going to work and what isn't going to work, and weighing all the options or the criteria with the limited options that are in front of us. And I'm sure that once we do have a site selected, there will be lots of work going on in terms of how we make this a success for the people who will call these residents home, as well as for the folks who will be neighbors. And that is work that we look forward to. And then hopefully having permanent housing not too far down the line for them. So lots going on. Thank you for being here today and looking forward to the work ahead.
Thanks very much. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Reflecting on Ms. Child's response to my question regarding the criteria for and targeting of our groups that we want to bring into the program, the task ahead for the encampment working group, it seems to me that there's a job for our district staff and to engage with that process to bring in landowners, including Crown agencies, into the discussion of that targeting and setting priorities. I, for example, understand there is one local Crown agency manager quite anxious and interested for the opportunity to become engaged in community solutions. The interface for these landowners and agencies is naturally the district and our district staff. More generally, I had to note down some phrasing from Clooney McPherson, from collaborating to coordinating. And I thought that was a very interesting turn of phrase. And to me, it reflects program experience and ambitions and goals. I appreciated this, and I thought that the answers we received from our presenters today, I was impressed with the thoughtfulness and the experience that's obviously reflected in the answers provided. My chief concern is with the resourcing of the program on the part of the province over the coming years. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I've got Councillor Pettingill next.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I guess some initial thoughts on what I've heard. You know, and it comes up in a lot of the discussions, and I think it's just important to reiterate that we do have a significant population in our downtown, not just in our downtown, but particularly in our downtown, that don't have adequate supports and services right now. And we know, unfortunately, that's not a unique trend to Squamish. And when I look at the data, it's as challenging as it may be here, it's even more challenging in other places. Doesn't necessarily make it any easier. And so, you know, I think that's why I'm quite optimistic about what is offered here. And even if it ends up being downtown, to my mind, all the data seems to suggest when you add support and services to a population in a place that doesn't have those support and services, things get better. It doesn't necessarily cure things, but there's at least a step forward. And it's challenging, though, because that sort of very tangible physical thing becomes a beacon of our discomfort with homelessness, our discomfort with this whole topic, which many of us would just rather not see, just make it go away. Talk to people all over, and that is the common reaction. And unfortunately, it doesn't just go away. We need to, if we want to make things better, we need to provide people with basic services and support. And so I think that is what we're trying to do. And again, from what I've heard, I'm fairly optimistic about the HEARTH piece. My concern is around the HEART piece and whether or not that's resourced well enough, because that will reflect the folks that still aren't getting the services and support they need because they don't make it into the HEARTH program. And that's where challenges may persist. And so wanting to make sure that we are really paying attention to that HEART component, because I think, again, that will be our bigger ongoing challenge. And I think we do need to find ways and maybe require some more advocacy and so on about getting that data and making sure that we are measuring the right things to make the right decisions about, you know, are we getting good value? Are we improving people's lives for the money we're spending for that intention? So a lot to feel optimistic about here, and then a few things where I think we need some extra special attention as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Thank you to our guests for coming today and for the conversation and the work ahead. I think as Councillor Stoner, I'll quote myself by quoting Councillor Stoner, just these aren't, these types of meetings, although are important and can be productive, aren't, you know, the best form of public engagement. We need to acknowledge that, but I think we've surfaced a lot of information here today, and I've found it's been productive. When I think about the areas that, and I appreciate the clarity about the areas that won't be engaged on, or engagement will only happen at this point in time, I think there's a gap here that can be supported, maybe not filled in totality. I tried to get at it a little bit today with some of my questions around, you know, what it's looked like in other areas. These are the spectrum of things that have happened, and we'll decide where we fall on this spectrum and what's appropriate for the community. I know that information is sort of out there, but that might be a way to help sort of fill some of these gaps and support the conversations when we do get to that engagement piece. And that's mostly around the site selection and but ultimately the site selection is one piece, but ultimately the operations of that site and the success of that site as it relates to both the folks living there and adjacent, I'll say property use, land use is adjacent, not whether that's direct residential or or business or whatever that happens to be. And I know these are things that have been, grappled with every community that has that's experiencing encampments to begin with. You don't get to choose what the adjacent land uses are of encampments, but as we look to bring this much needed housing to community, perhaps that's a way to help support those conversations. I think the need here is real. And we've heard from community in the run up to being selected for this program, the need to take action. And this is that action. I'm here. That's transitioning now into, wanting to make sure we get the tactic right in addressing it. And but that overall need to do something, I think, is well understood in community and can be even better defined through conversations like this as we aim to address this. So I'm looking forward to these next steps and to the engagement. I am looking forward to the response in sort of understanding what this investment looks like broadly. So, and that's something that we should all be able to celebrate. It's not, we won't be, I don't expect a level of detail there to be able to, get into it. Should be more of in this area or that area, but just to understand what the order of magnitude of this investment is. And I can say from where I sit now, I can already tell that it's sizable. I think that's something we should be able to celebrate and make sure that gets brought to bear in the most impactful way possible for our community. I know that's what we're all here to do. So thank you very much and look forward to those future conversations.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, first off, I just want to say thanks for the presentation. Thanks for being here today. As has been mentioned by several other colleagues, we have been in significant need of the support for a long time, and we've been really pursuing it actively. I tend to be a pessimist, so I'm just going to say what I'm concerned about here. And my two main concerns are, the most important thing is that this is a successful program for as many people as possible in our community and for the residents who are there. I get that that's like a real golden ideal, but to my mind, the most important pieces are to have sufficient funding and support. And I'm very concerned that will not actually happen. That's just my concern. Again, pessimist. But also engagement with our community and having that be successful, because those are the way I see it, these are the two key components that need to happen in order for this to be a successful program. And my concern around the funding really stems from when we agreed to be part of this community, which was something that we actively solicited for a long time. We had at that point a supportive housing project and a long-term care facility coming online. Both of those have been lost. So my biggest concern is that what was meant to be a pipeline has now been truncated. So we are again quite in need of the support. So I'm not sure what any alternative would be, but just again, emphasizing that it's critical to have the sufficient funding for these pieces. And in terms of the engagement piece, I heard some of my colleagues mention engagement and communication across the different levels of government, to be sure, but also we will need to have private engagement with our community, including, the people who are in this room right now, i.e. the Chamber, our Downtown Business Association, Tourism Squamish, like all these pieces that are key economic components to our community, but also who make our community thrive. And also under one roof is a key person, our key group to be engaging with as well. So I just want to make sure that those voices are at the table, because these are the people who are truly informed about these decisions. I mean, we have a certain level of informed around this table, and so does our staff, but these are the groups in our community that have the lived experience and that really are the experts in these categories. So, I mean, that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor Pettingill.
Well, I just wanted to, because one thing my colleagues had caught my ear, and I've seen a lot of community confusion. Just for clarity, in terms of government road, there's a below market project which lost funding. The supportive project is still going ahead, but either way, losing the below market is still not ideal, and losing the long-term care is really challenging as well. But the supportive housing piece is still moving ahead. Just wanted to clarify that piece.
You see, repacing of the long-term care. Okay. Thank you very much, BC Housing. Thank you for coming and presenting to council. This is one of the many, many pieces that is necessary for really functional working relationships. Yeah? I think that phrase captures what we need here, and it needs to be functional relationships everywhere from BC Housing and District of Squamish and VCH and society, all of the social operators, government social operators, all the way to functional working relationships between residents and neighbors, residents of housing support systems and the neighbors of those housing support systems. We need to have a very clear, it needs to be very clear that without success in all of those relationships, it's difficult to call success in our program. So one of the things I was very grateful to hear from our community on when we got a lot of feedback on the possible site selection was almost every resident started with, we understand the supports are needed. And so I want to encourage our community once again, rather than focusing on what isn't working, or why something shouldn't happen, please take the next step in your feedback and your input to make a suggestion of what would happen. If you don't think this site should be selected, please take the next step and suggest which sites should. If you don't think something's working, please take the next step and propose a solution. That is going to help us find solutions because it is challenging. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor of receipt of the report? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we'll take a 10-minute recess before we have BC Housing back to talk about this affordable and supportive housing projects. Thank you. All right, we'll get started again. Thanks very much. Welcome back to the Committee of the Whole meeting for the District of Squamish for June 23rd. The next item on the agenda is 39,900 Government Road Affordable and Supportive Housing Project Information Report. I'll pass it over to staff to introduce themselves and the topic. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Robyn Hay, Acting Manager of Current Planning. I'm joined by Jonas Veloniskis, Acting General Manager of Community Safety and Development. Today's presentation has two objectives. First, I will provide an update on the affordable and supportive housing projects at 39900 Government Road, and then I will hand it over to BC Housing to present the BC Housing Communications and Engagement Summary Report as directed by Council. Representatives from BC Housing, Housing Squamish, Squamish Helping Hands, and district staff are available to respond to Council's questions. As outlined in the staff report, Council has provided ongoing support for both the affordable and supportive housing projects through multiple decisions over the past year. The site is owned by the District of Squamish and is located in the southeast portion of the North Yards neighborhood. Site preparation began with tree clearing in March 2026 in accordance with the approved environmental development permit and tree management permit. A development permit application was submitted in October 2025 and proposes two 6-story residential buildings. Building A1 on the north portion of the site is a partnership between the district and Squamish Housing. This project lost its anticipated funding source when the province paused the 2025 Community Housing Fund intake. Housing Squamish is currently exploring alternative funding opportunities. The level of affordability and unit mix have not yet been determined. However, the project will remain secured as nonprofit rental housing through a housing agreement. Building B1 on the south portion of the site is a partnership between the district, BC Housing, and Squamish Helping Hands. Provincial funding is on track, and the project will provide 65 supportive housing units for local adults. Both projects support Council's strategic objective of increasing housing diversity and improving access to affordable and attainable housing in Squamish. The BC Housing Communications and Engagement Summary Report does not include district-led outreach completed in early 2026 through the development permit process. This outreach included posting the project on the Developments Review webpage, advertising through the district's e-news, and installing a development sign on site. While no comments were received through the Development Review webpage, staff received several inquiries during the site preparation, mainly related to tree removal and drainage. District staff, the applicant team, and BC Housing met recently with the residents of the adjacent mobile home park and continue to work collaboratively to address questions and feedback. Council has endorsed the overall direction of the project, provided funding support, and established the policy framework that delegates permitting approval to staff. Council's upcoming role entails formalizing the lease agreement with BC Housing for the supportive housing development and considering a housing agreement bylaw to secure the supportive housing commitments. Upcoming milestones for staff include issuance of the development permit for the site, subdivision registration, soil management permit, servicing agreement, and building permit for the supportive housing building. Another key step is the neighborhood inclusion planning. Staff are working with BC Housing on commitments related to an operations management plan, issues response plan, and housing inclusion table. These commitments are intended to support successful integration of the project into the community And more info on this will be brought forward during the future lease agreement discussion. Turning to the recommendation is that the committee receive the related staff report for information. And with that, I will turn it over to BC Housing for their presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to present today. My name is Letizia. I'm an acting director with regional development for the Lower Mainland at BC Housing, and I'm joined by my colleague Clooney McPherson, Director of Supportive Housing Delivery at BC Housing. I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. BC Housing acknowledges that we conduct our activities on the homelands of thousands of Indigenous peoples and many nations across BC. We acknowledge with gratitude that the area we are discussing today is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. We offer gratitude to the Squamish people who have lived on these lands since time immemorial. Today we'll be going through some discussion topics. We'll start with the overview of the housing project at Government Road, the communication and engagement, purpose, approach, and key themes, and what's next, specifically our collaborative neighborhood inclusion planning. For the project overview, the longer-term vision of this project is to develop 65 supportive housing units, studio units with support services at 39900 Government Road. This would be the supportive housing portion of the project. It would include, it would be 6-story, 65 studio homes. There would be some indoor and outdoor common areas, a central kitchen with laundry facilities, a reception area, and space for staff programming. It would be fenced grounds, and this would be funded through BC Housing Supportive Housing Fund. The other portion, oops. Pardon me. Back to the slide here. The other portion of the development is the longer term envisioning of the affordable rental housing building as well. This was to be 6-story building with 85 to 100 affordable rental homes, a mix of 1, 2, and 3 in studio apartments. But funding for this building is not confirmed at this time, so no project timeline is available for the affordable rental housing. The community engagement, the purpose of the community engagement plan is to provide clear and accessible information, build relationships with neighbors, and gather feedback to support inclusion of the housing in the neighborhood. And with that, I'll pass this over to my colleague, Booney.
Thank you once again. Here to comment at this time on communication and engagement approach. So this approach began with project notifications in June of 2025 and included launching a project webpage, sending letters to neighbors, and holding 2 in-person information sessions. Engagement activities will continue throughout the development process, including notifications at major milestones, such as we saw when site preparation was starting in March 2026. We've compiled a communications and engagement summary report, which provides an overview of our engagement activities and covers emails we've received through our community relations inbox, conversations with folks who attended our 2 in-person sessions, and feedback forms that we've received. The report highlighted 5 key themes which have emerged from the questions and feedback. Questions relating to the residents who would be living in these buildings and how would they be supported. Questions relating to the differences between supportive housing, shelter models, and transitional housing models. Questions around safety, security, and neighborhood integration, including potential impacts on nearby public spaces and emergency services. Questions on site selection and planning process. And questions around how neighbors and community will be engaged in an ongoing manner, and also questions around parking, traffic, and infrastructure as folks endeavor to understand what the impact on the neighborhood and community will be. At this time, we are working closely with Squamish Helping Hands and colleagues at the district on collaborative neighborhood inclusion planning. Currently contemplated and underway are the issuance of a letter of commitment from BC Housing outlining BC Housing's ongoing commitment to work with community to achieve successful community integration, the creation of a publicly accessible operations management plan with Squamish Helping Hands that clearly outlines what services and programming will be available at the program, and other housing inclusion initiatives looking to work alongside other stakeholders and rights holders and interested parties to ensure successful collaboration, and that the program is being proactive in coordinating with service outlets. So the communications and engagement report has been included for council's awareness and is currently available on our Let's Talk page on bchousing.org. And we invite any further questions that council may have at this time. Mayor and council, thank you.
Thanks very much for the presentation and joining us again today. Questions from council? Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit to the timeline of the build of this project. So engagement was a year ago. The engagement report didn't come out until October after, so 7 months later. 6 months later. Site clearing happened in March. We're here with an update today, but still like no clarity on timeline for what construction will look like. So I've heard lots of questions from neighbors of like, there's a lot of anticipation, and just curious what that looks like on your end.
Thank you, through the chair. The site works on will commence late summer, early fall 2026, with a fall construction start targeted. Full construction start target is late 2027 and a completion target of fall 2029.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? So that's site works begin late summer, fall of this year, and then construction doesn't start for a full year after that?
It would be, yes, the target for full construction start would be late 2027, and that's due to significant site works that would need to occur on site prior to being able to start the full construction.
Further questions, Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, a bit focusing on what seemed maybe like a micro detail, but I was caught by in the description of fencing, and people can make a lot of assumptions about fencing and ask for it for. Is there a particular reason from your perspective why that is there highlighted? Can you just speak to that piece?
Thanks, through the chair. The fencing, I believe, is kind of a standard approach to this type of building, and it is for safety and security. Lenny, I don't know, from an operational perspective, if you wanted to address that as well.
Yes, this would also fall under the crime prevention through environmental design principle to assist the operator in managing who's on site. So providing residents with a comfortable private outdoor space that is manageable from a guest perspective. But yeah, really, I would point to notions of privacy, comfort, security. Thank you.
Further questions from Council? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. In the staff report under staff role and next steps, key next steps for staff will include DPA 3 development permits. DPA 3, of course, includes or addresses form and character. A few years ago, the district led the initiative to construct the Spirit Creek housing project near Dentville. And the aesthetics of that building are enhanced by the use of blue accents. We have in the proposal before us, in the renderings, a gray and brown building. This building these are large buildings in prominent locations. We have a lot of gray and brown buildings around the community. My question is whether we can address other treatments of the facade, whether or not we recommend them in our OCP's DPA 3 guidelines. But these will be prominent buildings, and we have 165 days of rain or overcast a year. I think that the public, and in fact, the future dwellers of the building, would appreciate attention to the aesthetics of the facade. Is this possible to address? Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Currently, staff are reviewing the DPA. We'll certainly review the guidelines and consider them in our assessment. It is a staff issued or staff delegated development permit, but we'll certainly work with the applicant team and consider the guidelines in our review.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, if not, I've got one of my own. So there's a spectrum of supportive housing going from shelter to affordable housing. In order to help people understand where this building fits in that spectrum, do you have any examples of other facilities that are of a similar supportive nature, either within Squamish or communities in the Lower Mainland?
And I've got one after.
Okay, thank you, through the chair. There are some supportive housing buildings being built in the city of Vancouver, which is one of the municipalities under my portfolio. They, just as examples, there's one that is 109 units of studio that will be operated by the BC Indigenous Housing Society. There's another one underway, currently under construction, at 8302 Beatrice Street. The previous one was at 1406 East King Edward Avenue. The Beatrice Street project has combined supportive housing and complex care housing. That building has about, I believe it's 63 units of supportive housing. So we are, I could go on with some other examples in Vancouver, where I'm happy to provide that information after this as well, in more detail about our various supportive housing buildings across the Lower Mainland.
I'll offer an answer as well. And just to explain the reason for my pause, I was really trying to think of as sort of comparable a project as I could. I think the supportive housing response in communities of some a similar size and some similar characteristics to Squamish is rather young, and so we see that a lot of our existing projects are actually in the temporary modular housing format, and I think that this opportunity to be really purposefully built for a long duration will allow us to be more intentional with some of the choices. I will name some projects also in Vancouver because that is an older part of the portfolio, and so I'm able to speak to specific projects. There's a project on Dunbar Street, Coast Dunbar Apartments, I believe it's called. I may have the names jumbled up in their order, but that's effectively what it is, and it's a great example of a purpose-built supportive housing that's embedded in a residential neighborhood. It might be slightly, I think it's of a similar unit count as well, and so that comes to mind. Another building, and acknowledging that these are somewhat off the top of the head, is called First Place, which is also in central Vancouver, and also is a really well-designed, purpose-built supportive housing facility. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. I think those positive examples of what you're trying to build would really help our community see the vision, as opposed to just having the words. Thanks. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. There's a lot of work with BC Housing in our community right now. I am curious about the opportunity or rationale for potentially signing an MOU or a good neighbor agreement as these projects move forward, and kind of setting those expectations across our community and the organization of BC Housing. I'm just wondering if you can speak to previous experiences of those sorts of agreements with local governments. I know they have been variable over the years.
Through the chair. Our current model is to work through a letter of commitment that lays out BC Housing's commitment. These may include very specific commitments relating to the property itself, and also always include a commitment to work with partners and other relevant agencies and service apparatus to ensure that the program's well supported, well integrated, and achieves a successful lifespan. We've moved away from a good neighbor agreement as a model, and I think part of the reason is that it created a lack of clarity around role and responsibility. For example, the housing provider here is contracted first and foremost to deliver operational excellence at this facility, and while they need to be part of the broader public realm impact solution, there are often some real tensions around resourcing and mandate as it relates to their ability to manage the sort of overall public realm experience as it relates to homelessness.
I guess that's what I'm curious to dive into a little bit more in terms of ensuring that operational success. Appreciate you folks are BC Housing, you build the housing. But it's important that we ensure that there's sufficient resources in order to ensure the operational success of the building. And so does that commitment come from BC Housing? Do we bring somebody else into an agreement and make it a tripartite agreement? Like, how do we ensure that we are setting up our operators for success in the long term?
Through the chair, happy to provide comment on that question. Once again, BC Housing lays out our commitment through a written open letter that outlines BC Housing's intention with regards to ongoing support, and again, an always component of that letter is that a pledge to work with other stakeholders. I recognize I'm repeating myself here a little bit. Otherwise, I mean, I would say that it is, it's not a perfect science with regards to exactly which stakeholders are engaged through which mechanisms, but there can be benefit to that sort of upstream engagement of other stakeholders, including health partners and social development and poverty reduction partners, to name two provincial entities, and then also local service apparatus in relation to the property.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll give that some thought. My other question is just I'm curious if all supportive housing projects have substance use services available through them. We hear often from community of folks who you don't want to live in places that have access to substance use services. And so how do we manage that portion of our portfolio in the needs of community?
Through the chair, the specific program models derive from the observed need and demand in the data relating to folks experiencing homelessness or folks at risk of experiencing homelessness. In recent years, I think it would be fair to say that addiction and drug use has been a common component of that data. And that's why BC Housing's homelessness facing program, homelessness responding program type tends to be oriented to accommodate those challenges, those personal resident challenges. There are examples of supportive housing programming that offers other nuanced programming that sort of orients to recovery pathways. Those are determinations that would be made again based on the data, and BC Housing would work with the operator and local community and health authority and other subject matter experts to ensure that the homelessness facing resources were being appropriately oriented to the actual folks experiencing homelessness or who are at risk of experiencing homelessness.
Okay, so can I just clarify if our understanding of that population, or if the need in that population has like significantly changed over the years? Because I think when we first envisioned this, it was like under one roof had been built. There's 4 stories. Like the theory behind it is folks move up as they become more stable. And then there was going to be a need for supportive housing once they were stable and ready to live more independently. It feels like that model has kind of shifted. And I'm just curious to temperature check if that's real, if like we're kind of reorienting for this supportive housing to be more focused on folks who are perhaps more vulnerable or more at risk of deep homelessness. Sorry, that's probably not the right term, but like has that understanding or the population that we're trying to serve shifted as we continue to work on building this facility?
Through the chair. I don't believe there's been a fundamental shift in a target population. I know Under One Roof is a very dynamic property that deploys several service models under one roof, certainly the new development would look to kind of exist in dialogue with that program, and we would work with our operator to seek to maximize the social yield of the services. I do think being able to provide a focused service model that has a little more stability and less, let's say, less diversity of client interactions, people coming and going for a variety of service types will offer a fundamentally different support model that Squamish Helping Hands will be able to develop in partnership with BC Housing and in relation to the current need and demand. And that'll be work that the refining of how to optimize that resource will continue until the project opens, and we seek to utilize the factors I've named.
Okay, thanks very much. I've got Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, and I apologize if I missed this, and we sort of maybe should have asked it explicitly in terms of the previous discussion, but I think it's sort of implicit there that the services are strictly for the residents. Here, is that the same sort of plan or program where whatever services there are, whether they're substance abuse or mental health or education, so on, it's strictly for residents? And is that something that might change over time? And if so, how would that change? Or am I incorrect? And this is sort of not just for residents, the service delivery and so on there?
Through the chair, you are correct. The program would be intended for the residents of that residential building only, and the services would be tailored sort of internally, if you will, to meet the needs of the specific residents who reside at that building.
So if I can follow up, I mean, that, as I understand, wouldn't be in our zoning or anything. And so could that change, or how would that change? Who would make that decision to change that? Can you speak a bit to that?
Through the chair, just to clarify, change the purpose of the building, or to potentially open it to the community, or?
Yeah, like in particular, is there like who might decide, oh, actually, we want to start offering broad community outpatient services from this location? Is that something that BC Housing would decide, or an operator would decide, or, and if so, like how would that happen? Or there's something that sort of says, no, that can't happen.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, BC Housing, as the owner of the property, would ultimately have agency to determine its use, and its use would always be in compliance with zoning regulations or other permitting processes through the district.
Thanks, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair. Sorry if I missed this. How do you intend to select the residents for this property?
Through the chair, the tenant selection for this program area occurs through BC Housing's coordinated access and assessment process. So rather than utilizing something akin to a chronological wait list, rather supportive housing program employs sort of an ongoing needs and a vulnerability assessment process that convenes frontline partners active in the community, which may include the district staff as well, if appropriate, to consider applicant need and fit, especially in relation to the program's ability to effectively support. So we often refer to it as a vacancy matching process. A vacancy comes forward, and the housing provider informs the coordinated access group of the sort of eligibility parameters that they feel they can effectively support or would promote a positive resident mix, a building mix, a support level mix, and then outreach folks as social workers, people who are actively engaged with clients who are either experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness would collaboratively determine the best resident to make use of that resource.
And how do you determine what your residency mix will be, the vulnerability mix? Like,
through the chair, we do have some assessment tools that are utilized. One is called the vulnerability assessment tool. It's often administered by a social worker or a similar, and it's designed to create a vulnerability score. I think there's a broad recognition that those tools can be sort of inherently limited. I mean, humans are complex, and they have a lot of needs, preferences, challenges that are very, very difficult to score through a quantitative metric. And that's why working with the housing provider through that process is so important. Once a vacancy is brought to the table, an appropriate applicant is identified, then a housing interview would follow, in which both applicant and operator have a chance to meet, to talk about the opportunity and whether ultimately it's a good fit, and both parties would have the ability to determine that it was in fact not a good fit. Thank you.
okay, because I just, we find ourselves in the unfortunate situation where there is a plethora and diaspora of people who need supportive housing. So I'm just wondering if it is possible to have a facility that doesn't necessarily have basically support for drug abuse, because there are so many people in need. I don't know if you have any comments on that. And then obviously, like I would imagine, I'm not in this sphere, but I would imagine it becomes, I don't want to say, well, it increases the vulnerability of residents who have addiction issues to have too high of a threshold of people who are struggling with addiction, I would imagine, just from the exposure aspect of it. So I assume there's some balance within the organization that looks at that. That makes sense?
Through the chair, to your first question, once again, I would reiterate the reliance on need and demand data. So a program specifics of programming model would be determined based on who's experiencing need. And to the second point, I think volume of folks with similar support needs would be a factor in creating sort of a sustainable and healthy mix of neighbors. And addiction may be one of those need types. Physical health needs, I think, is also a pretty prominent need type that would have to be carefully considered by the housing provider to ensure that they can adequately provide support.
All right, thanks, Councillor Stoner. I'll be looking for a motion to receive.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just a question on residency and housing folks. So the question that we often get, or a comment that I hear, is that we build these units and then folks from outside of our community come and fill those spaces. And so I'm just curious if BC Housing can speak a little bit to tenant selection process and prioritization for folks who live in community already versus providing space for folks, knowing that freedom and mobility is a real thing.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. The priority here is to address the homelessness trends within Squamish. You know, this funding and program derived from the observation and assessment that there is more than adequate housing pressure locally here in Squamish to require this additional capacity. And then with regards to just to build on my previous answer, outlining the coordinated access process. That process works with local service agencies with their clients who are already attached to their services. So clients or applicants, residents at a base level need to be local to be considered for this housing. Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. So recognizing that the bulk of this is sort of provincial and through BC Housing and so on, and the operator reporting to BC Housing. But, you know, as we start to get into operations, you know, 3, 5, 10 years down the road, are there any things like what should the municipality be expecting of what we can or should be contributing to make this successful? Like what's our sort of longer term role as a municipality in success?
Through the chair, I would maybe offer a similar answer to the one we offered in our previous presentation on Heart and Hearth, and that is first and foremost, I think we would identify strong and functional partnership as a very base element. A program like this doesn't exist in a vacuum, and we are partnered on a variety of initiatives that need to function in unison to meaningfully address homelessness and its impacts on people here in Squamish. So I would offer that at least as my answer.
So just as a practical example, would that mean, like, are you referring to things like planning bus routes or bus times, or are there sort of things like that, or there's other sort of other kinds of things that you would look to in a good partnership?
Through the chair, I would expect that local infrastructure planning would sort of evolve and adjust to sort of any increase in a density, and I expect the same processes to occur here. maybe in addition, and to the degree that more ground level focused district staff are actively engaged in various dialogue spaces, solutioning spaces, issues identification spaces. That's the type of partnership that I would point to. I don't sit here with a really clear forecast of what needs and pressures may evolve over the next 5, 10, 15 years. But further to our comments on the letter of commitment, our ongoing commitment would be to ensure that we are partnering as effectively as possible with groups, including local government. And I think that is a very positive way to proactively address issues as they are identified.
Thank you. Was that a motion to receive?
A very quick question, final question, and then a motion to receive so we can eat lunch.
Thank you. Our community is rapidly evolving, and the timeline for these projects they're complex projects, so they take time. That's not at what point does that sort of initial selection as far as community needs, and so like how close to opening does that happen? I know that we're likely to hear, your team is likely to hear concerns about this right up till opening, but if acknowledged, if that was known today and it was stated, that might not match the need when it opens. So how closely do you tie those things, and then like at which point in that process will that be clear to community what's the actual operational sort of plan that reflects who's there and their needs and so on?
Through the chair, I would offer two layers or two parts to the answer. First is the operational planning, and so we did allude to the creation of an operations management plan, which is currently under draft. The team has been considering feedback through the communication and engagement report, and will endeavor to factor that feedback as well as need and demand data into the operational plan for the program. That plan is then, it's not a set in stone plan. So Squamish Helping Hands, in partnership with the BC Housing or as the contracted operator, we would seek to refine that plan when and as needed to ensure that the program again was oriented most effectively to the need in community. And then the second part of the answer, I think, relates to the tenant selection, and so that would occur way further downstream, closer to opening date. I believe, and I'm going to give you rough timelines, but I believe we would look to do a community call out for applications, something approximately 6 months prior to projected occupancy timeline, so that client serving agencies and groups supporting housing applicants had time to engage with their clients and ensure that that they were being put forward for consideration. I also do want to draw a quick link to the encampment working group, to the HEARTH project, to the HEARTH program, of which we spoke earlier. So we are hoping, or we are working towards also a temporary transitional housing, and so working with folks in that program, as well as the teams being coordinated under HEARTH. Those would all factor into the work, the timeline, approximately 6 months out.
Just if I can, Chair, I know we're short on time. I just want to make sure that I think I understand this, but the Heart and Hearth program and that temporary housing is meant to bridge to this, but it's not necessarily that the folks housed there will be ultimately housed here. It'll instigate when that permanent facility comes online. What I'm hearing is there could be a big shuffle that happens, and folks from the temporary housing may end up in different housing forms. And just can you speak to that flow? I just want to make sure that we're these things are sort of linked in our overall ecosystem of housing, but I just want to make sure that we understand how that is meant to work, or the decisions ahead as to how that will work.
Through the chair. Yeah. When we have temporary programming, it is extremely important that we're able to offset the loss of those resources at a system level. So, bringing X dozens of units online through a temporary project, the closure of that project without the introduction of a replacement building or asset is extremely challenging. But you are right in your assertion, or in your question framing that it wouldn't be a matter of everybody from address A picks up and moves to address B. First of all, the temporary transitional program will endeavor to look at housing plans for its residents throughout its lifespan, and for some folks that may appropriately be a move from a temporary transitional housing into permanent supportive housing, but for others that won't be the most appropriate pathway, and so they would look to support transitional residents in their housing planning kind of on a personalized basis, and make use of various housing opportunities, including market opportunities. BC Housing administers several rent supplement programs that supports folks' ability to access market rents where financial constraints are the principal barrier. There are also other affordable housing projects in and around Squamish that may be suitable. You've got folks who may be aging in place, who may be appropriate for a move into health-based housing or health-led housing. So while kind of at a system level, it is very important that we're able to sustain the kind of system capacity for each individual resident. Their housing journey will be personalized, and yeah. Thank you.
Receipt. I'd like to move receipt, Chair.
Thank you very much. Seconder, Mayor Herford moves receipt. Councillor Stoner seconds receipt. Comments? Mayor Herford.
I'm very excited. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, appreciate the update on this and the ongoing work that is happening to coordinate across multiple projects on a site. I think my main piece of feedback is just wherever we can over communicate is better than under communicating. Even just like gaps in time of like we clear a site and it's 6 months until we actually are going to start seeing any work on site, then there should be some messaging that that's the timeline. Specifically, our District of Squamish webpage on affordable rental housing, I don't think has been updated in a few years. Like it still says that the Sea and Sky project is in construction, and it doesn't reference the site at all. It does on a different component of the district website. So tightening that up a little bit so that folks have easy access to information as these projects start to move along and become more visible in community will be really important. I'm really grateful to hear of the ongoing dialogue and conversation around the neighborhood inclusion planning and the letter of commitment. I really encourage our staff to think about how we can elevate that to really just clarify roles, responsibilities, and understanding of who's coming to the table to deliver what. If it means we need to bring in a third party like VCH or our operators and make that like a multi-party agreement, might be more complicated at the beginning, but I think it will help set us all up for success, as we know that turnover happens in all of our spaces. And so making sure that that is clear from the beginning for all of us would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Once again, I am impressed with the thoroughness and the program experience that's reflected in the BC Housing presentation this morning. I do again hope that their agency and our goals will be appropriately supported by the province in the years to come. In the BC Housing presentation under communication and engagement purposes, among those purposes are build relationships with neighbors. Among the neighbors of this project are residents of a trailer park on the immediate west side of the project. We have, in correspondence with those residents and the owner of the property, they have related disappointment with the loss of a row of trees along the property line. However, that's in the past. And there is evidently very strong empathy for and empathy with and support for the goals of the project neighboring them. They have some practical recommendations regarding that interface strip. They also include residents of that trailer court with experience in public works, construction, and trees. Their issues are not only privacy, but drainage and also ongoing maintenance of that strip. It may be a detail in the big picture here, but these are supportive and important neighbors. They've been there a while. I do recommend to the project partners, the technical team, that engagement with these particular neighbors will be worthwhile. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks for your work. Again, this is a project that we're very excited about having come to our community. We just have a significant need for these supportive resources. So appreciate all the facilitation that you're doing. And I just want to echo as well, this is another portfolio that we hear back a lot from the public, and there's a lot of concern there. And I just want to reiterate, like, more communication is better than less for sure with these community members. And just keeping them informed and engaged would be deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the update. Sort of reiterate the comments about communication to the degree possible, engagement, but certainly making sure people are aware and feel able to participate. And just the other thing that comes to mind, I know everyone's budgets are tight and everyone almost has to be hesitant to take on other people's roles. And especially as municipalities, we're very sensitive around downloading, but for the success of these sorts of things that I think our community is demanding, this may be one more area where we need to take a larger role than we normally would in terms of connecting partners and putting pieces together. I'm not wanting to say that dismissively or lightly, but I'm flagging for me as I listen to these conversations, that just may be a requirement for us as a community to do and therefore fund to have the sorts of outcomes that people are claiming they want to, fair or not, better or worse. That may be the only way we achieve the outcomes. And so I think that's just worth considering as we think about our work plans and budgets and so on going forward, that we have that capacity to set those collective tables and bring everyone together and ensure those discussions are happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just summarize by saying I think clear communication is the foundation of functional working relationships. And I think something I've heard from our community and I've heard around this table is that if there's a place that we can work on, it's working on opening that communication at all levels. So with that, I would like to call the question on receipt. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Motion carries unanimously. And now, thank you very much to BC Housing and to staff for presenting. Next, we have lunch, which is going to be shortened. The debate in my mind is how far is it going to be shortened? 30 minutes. There we go. I was thinking the same thing. So we will come back at We'll be, oh, negotiations happening here. We will be back at 1:30. 45-minute lunch, please. Back at 1:30.
All right, thanks very much, everybody. Welcome back to the June 23rd Committee of the Whole meeting at the District of Squamish. First order of business this afternoon is to suspend the order of the agenda. We had Newport Ridge Neighborhood Plan and then BC Transit Annual Operating Agreement. We are going to swap the order so that our guest, Mr. Ringma, can be roughly on time for his other meetings today. So with that, I will pass it over to staff and our guests to introduce themselves. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, and really appreciate rejigging the agenda for me. I have two annual operating presentations to do today, so I really appreciate that. Still Rob Ringma, still Manager of Government Relations for BC Transit for the South Coast region. Happy to be here in Squamish to just give a bit of a verbal update on just some happenings within the transit world here in Squamish, and as discussed or as mentioned, speak a little bit to the annual operating agreement that we do each year. So today, just on the agenda, want to give a quick ridership update for both conventional and custom transit. Want to speak a little bit about some of the initiatives that have been implemented, including some expansions in the last couple months. Talk a little bit about maintenance facility and just update there. I know that's a topic on the mind of council. And then, as mentioned, speak to the annual operating agreement. So this chart here is ridership over basically the last 5 years. You can see the lull post-COVID and then this rapid rise from 2022 up to 2023 when we saw a significant resurgence of transit and ridership within the region. If I showed a provincial graph, you'd see pretty much a similar timeline or continuum through the province. We did see this resurgence back into 2023 post the COVID pandemic. Then you see a rise up to, so that around 388,000 rides in 2023, up to 417,000 rides in 2024. We did have some small expansions in that period. And then a slight drop, about a 3.9% drop in 2025, with no expansions provided in 2025. So we saw a bit of a flattening out of the current ridership. When you look at the custom system, this is fiscal year, April 2024 to March 2025. We had 4,300 rides, and we saw a really nice bump in custom from 2025 to 2026 of over 1,000 rides. That is most likely due to the fact that council approved a custom handy dart expansion where we added an additional bus and capacity in the system because we were having some quote unquote unmet trips. So we were not able to accommodate all of the requests that we were getting for service. So by activating that additional bus, activating some additional service hours, we obviously would be able to fill that with some of that latent demand that we were experiencing. So I think that's definitely a positive and supportive of that expansion. Just put a little note there that on average, 30 to 35% of our handy dart rides are wheelchair rides. We actually have about 12% attendance. So we actually have quite a few attendants that support people with higher needs in terms of their rides, and then the balance would be what we call ambulatory, so people who are fairly mobile, but maybe have some other challenges that prevent them from being able to take conventional transit. I also wanted to update a little bit on the on-demand service that we currently have in the South Squamish area. I've got to put a couple caveats in here. We only implemented that service in March, but you'll notice 63 rides in March. Well, that's our team testing the system, and so we got some false data in there. In also a little bit of overflow into April, which is the larger graph there. You'll see it then come down to about 99 rides in May. And I did get an update. As of today, we had over 85 rides. So that last column, you see 57. When I first put this presentation together between then and now, we're at 85 rides. So I think we'll probably see about 100 rides again this month for the on-demand service. So that was initiated in March, 2 new light duty buses and about 2,800 hours. What we're seeing, we're able to look at the data and see where people are actually utilizing it. you'll see a little bit of mention about downtown. The downtown zone is actually really small. What we set up as the downtown zone is really right around the main exchange here in front of the Muni Hall. Mainly because what we wanted to see was how many people were taking it to get from a destination to another destination versus how many people were taking it to get from their destination and connect into the transit network to get somewhere else. And what we're seeing is the most popular trips are kind of non-downtown, say South Squamish area, to somewhere just outside of the downtown core, like that, again, that smaller area. And then second and third most popular are trips to and from downtown. So we're seeing kind of a good balance in terms of the types of trips that people are taking. What we want to do is we want to see more people take more trips. So we're working right now with our marketing team and with staff. We had a conversation today with Squamish First Nation about how we can start to get more marketing and the word out about the service, because functionally it's working very well. We're seeing great data on our end. We just want to make sure that people are aware of that the service is there for them to use, whether they need to get a trip into town or whether they need to get a trip onto the conventional system and move somewhere else within the community. We're also exploring right now with staff potentially expanding the zone because we do have some capacity in the system. It is fairly easy for us to expand the zone of on-demand coverage. So we obviously kind of launched it with a fairly tight criteria, but with some capacity in the system, we can also expand the zone. So we're just in discussions with staff right now about opportunities to maybe expand to South Parks, Loggers East, Valley Cliff, and the Hospital Hill region. So we're going through that process right now just to make sure that we're maximizing the resources that we have out on the street. Just from an initiatives perspective, we had a pretty busy year, last kind of 6 months, 8 months. We did implement a conventional expansion in September, which was an off-peak expansion on routes 1, 2, 3, and 9. So this was increasing frequency on those routes in those off-peak times. Council will likely remember, in order for us to increase peak service, we need buses. We did have an approved expansion for 2,000 hours for that off-peak service, so we were able to implement that fairly quickly. We also implemented another 2,000-hour and 2-bus expansion in January. The reason for the lag there was we needed to wait for the buses and to procure the buses and have the buses arrive. And again, we were able to basically implement kind of phase 1 of the FTN network that we're trying to establish here within the community. So that would have seen us increasing the number of peak trips during weekdays on the Route 1 as well as on the Route 2. We also implemented a fare change in March. We had not increased fares since 2017. So you could think of it as an inflationary price increase that we worked with staff and council to implement. And then unfortunately, about a month and a half later, not quite the timing that council had wished, we implemented tap to pay within the system. So just for everybody that may be watching, knowing that they could use their debit or credit card to actually tap to pay single adult fare on the bus. I haven't seen the numbers yet for Squamish, but I can say when we launched in Whistler, we've seen almost 20% of our total fare use be from tap to pay. And I think just the convenience of that payment method will only continue to increase as we adopt and implement it. So we've implemented that across the province at this point. Okay, a little bit on the facility. So as council is aware, BC Transit has purchased a property for a future transit facility. Next steps in that process were to engage design consultants to look at layouts as well as possible facility plans themselves. So we have had stakeholder engagements. We actually hired a consultant to help us support this work, but we've been out speaking to neighbors of the facility, TransLink, the ministry, our OPCO, the school district, and also direct engagement with Squamish First Nation, just to make sure everybody's aware of what the project is, get some feedback from them in terms of what they would like to see in terms of, transit facility, transit services. And that helps us kind of develop those site layouts and potential future concepts. Right now, we have reviewed 2 different site layouts. So that's the site itself, where we would put the building, where the parking would be, what the flow would look like in the site itself. And then right now, we have 5 building options ready for review. So those are going through kind of BC Transit senior leadership to be vetted. We'll review those with stakeholders, and then we will be coming back to council probably the next 4 to 6 months to give probably a specific presentation just on the facility and make sure you're up to date on where we're at there. Funding, again, will be the big gatekeeper for that facility. We're obviously looking and pushing right now to secure provincial and federal funding to help support that. And once we have a better update of what that timing looks like, then we'll have a good opportunity to start to put together an implementation plan for actually building the facility. So we'll get into the annual operating agreement. That is the budget that confirms the service that we're going to deliver, as well as the costs associated to that service. We have a master operating agreement below the annual operating agreement, but we, of course, as costs change, as expansions get implemented, our annual budget changes year to year. The annual operating agreement is just a budget. We provide a 3-year budget in the fall that helps support your municipal budget. And then the AOA, if we have to make any adjustments before we make those adjustments, and then we deliver the annual operating agreement that goes from an April 1st, 2026 to a March 30th, 2027 timeframe. Just quickly reminding council that when it comes to conventional transit, the District of Squamish is responsible for 53.31% of the cost of transit. BC Transit, through the Ministry of Transportation and Transit, covers the other 46.69%. Local government retains 100% of the revenue that's generated and we use that to offset your costs. And then obviously the balance, the municipality utilizes property taxation to help cover those other costs. For Handy Dart, the model is a little bit different. Lower municipal share, 33.31%, versus the province picking up 66.69%, mainly because on a per ride or a per hour basis, because custom transit is a door-to-door service, a more specialized service, it does come with a higher cost per ride or cost per hour. So I think the province was fortuitous in making the commitment to providing a little bit more funding for that service to make sure that that service is utilized across the province. Okay, so getting into the conventional transit system, you'll see here some percentage changes. I put that in there just to kind of give a bit of an overview. So total revenue, we see revenue projected to go up about 7%. We're hoping with some of the expansions that we're implementing, as well as with the fare increase, that we will see a rise in revenue up to $464,000. When you see some of the red in terms of operating costs and lease fees, those are all tied to the expansions. You'll notice the line that says service hours. You'll see that we're going to go from delivering 23,600 service hours to about 28,000 service hours, so a 19% lift in hours. That also comes with 4 new buses as well. So you'll see a corresponding increase to not only your lease fees, but also the operating costs associated to that expansion. I will say, and I've discussed with staff, you'll notice the lease fees have gone up 33%. There's a little bit higher than the 20% that the service expansion has gone up. That is because BC Transit has had to adjust our standardized lease fees on vehicles slightly up, just due to inflationary costs and a little bit of a changing or restructuring in some of the funding that we're able to apply from an enterprise level. So you see the lease fees rose a little bit higher than the average, and that's because of those cost effects. So all in all, the line that really matters to local government is that net municipal share of costs. You'll see last year was about $2,036,000 up to $2,528,000 this year. So about a 20, and actually it was pointed out to me by Dora, because she's a fiscal guru, that somehow my calculation's off. It's more about 24% net increase in net municipal share of costs. Little less dramatic on the custom transit system. Again, if I look at the service hours, we implemented your expansion last fiscal. So this fiscal, service hours are flat. And you'll see most of the costs are also fairly flat. Revenue, because of the continued increase we're seeing in ridership, we booked revenue higher at 13%. The fare change that we did also was for the custom transit system as well. So there's a little bit additional fare revenue as well as increased ridership. The lease fees, you see, those did go up 13% without any additional vehicles. That's part of that increase in lease fees that BC Transit has had to kind of absorb and pass on in terms of lease fees for vehicles. And net municipal share, when you take the additional revenue and some of those increased costs, you actually see your net municipal share of costs fairly flat, 267,000, actually a slight decrease, 267,800 last year to 267,200 this year. So fairly flat from a custom perspective. So that is my presentation. Happy to take any questions that council or mayor may have.
Thanks very much, Council. Mayor Herford.
Thank you for the presentation. I was curious, just the conventional transit, we're using that to describe the on-demand or to capture the on-demand, which isn't conventional, but that's that category from a funding perspective. Is that correct?
So thank you. Thanks, Dora. Thank you. Through the chair. Yes. So the on-demand system is charged at the same conventional cost share rate. The main reason for that is the BC Transit Act only prescribes currently 2 cost share rates. And the only additional piece I will mention is your cost per ride, very similar to what I mentioned about custom handy dart service, your cost per ride for on-demand is slightly higher. There's some technology on the buses. There's also a monthly fee per bus that we pay to the service provider. So there is a slight increase technically in the cost per hour, I would say, of the on-demand system versus the conventional system because of the nature of its service.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. That's how I had assumed that it was working, but the terminology just tripped me a little bit. So I'm curious when the on-demand I've used a few times, and just when Route 5 begins operation, how do you see, how is it meant to work, I guess, the on-demand if you want to go inside? Because now that area that is the on-demand area has this sort of fixed route and schedule service interacting. How is that supposed to work? And yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. I'll use the example in Powell River. I need to double check on Squamish how we have it set up, and maybe staff has a bit of a thought there. In Powell River, we actually have the on-demand system fully overlapping with several fixed route services. We can set up in the system, and it is set up this way in Powell River, that if someone goes to book a ride and it's actually quicker for them to take conventional fixed route transit, it'll direct them to take fixed route transit. So there is a way within the system that we can set it up to basically give the customer the best option and show them where to walk to, what time the bus will be there, all kind of integrated. So there is one of the things that we want to make sure we could do when we implemented on demand was have that integration if needed. Now, I can't, unfortunately, remember exactly with the Route 5 if we have that integration built in. My assumption is we do not at this point, but if that was something that we want to explore, we could do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, where the question came from was I went to use the service the other day and it was prompted to take the Route 5 bus, but it was quite some time before it arrived, longer than I had allowed for the trip. So I was wondering how that integration works. I know that needs to be done in a thoughtful way so the data is useful and we're not pulling from, that we're understanding what we're doing, but I think some further refinement there would be useful, and maybe it's working as intended, and there was a big gap, but it was substantially longer than I had anticipated having used that service. So I think this consistency over time is important, and I like that suggestion of if the conventional is actually the faster option, that's great, but didn't feel like that's what was happening on the day. But I'm really excited about that service for that flexibility. But that assessment of which is the fastest way to meet the customer's travel demand, makes me think that there's a way to combine these things, because I want to seek, if a customer, in this case, my experience, would go to seek the on demand, and then it's actually the conventional that's easier, versus saying, I need to go from here to there. What's my best way? Oh, we're sending a bus to you, or take the route. So rather than driving people to a new app, which is really what I'm most likely getting at here as far as the streamlining. But I'm happy to see that streamlining happening elsewhere. Is there anything to report on that streamlining aspect of needing an UMO and a BC Transit and a BC Transit on demand, and maybe another app that I'm not thinking of at this moment?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, couple things. Just on the on-demand, your destination needs to be within the on-demand zone. That's the one little caveat, which is clearly outlined in our rider's guide. I think number two, as I mentioned in the presentation, as we look to maybe expand the on-demand service area, we're going to have more of this interaction with the conventional system. So I think we definitely need to work with staff to really make sure that the system is optimizing those rides. One of the challenges, again, what BC Transit does with all of our automatic vehicle location data and our live scheduling is we make that available through what they call a GTFS feed, basically a Google Transit feed, that any third-party company can pick up. And BC Transit hasn't really endorsed one single transit app per se, because we want people to have the choice of using whatever app works best for them. That being said, UMO has a trip planning functionality within it. And when you go to take the on-demand system, you do need to download the BC Transit on-demand app. So that's, if you want to take the on-demand service, you need to download the BC Transit on-demand app. That's exactly what it's called. And then for other trip planning, you can use any other app that you choose. What will happen with the BC Transit on-demand app is, if we get the integration correctly, it will suggest your preferred or the most efficient route plan that you want through that one app. But again, if you were only looking for conventional transit and route planning, you would need to use either the transit app or UMO or one of those other third-party apps that you choose.
I think, I guess in reply there, the service, I was just thinking about it from a normal or a user perspective. The service I was looking for is to get from here to there. And that's the piece that I think is missing in the current arrangement, is like, whether it's a fixed route or an on-demand route or whatever that may be, rather than seeking out the specific piece. It's just a different starting point for the thought process. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we all like the new shiny service, so I also have questions on the on-demand. I'm curious what our current kind of like wait times or time to pick up have been in our first few months of on-demand.
I don't have the exact information in front of me to answer that question, but I know I can follow up on that, because we do, the one piece about the on-demand system is we get really good, robust data. We do set up parameters and criteria as well around wait times, and that kind of alludes itself back to Mayor Ford's question, where I know in Powell River, if the wait time is outside of that set criteria, and a conventional bus will get you there sooner, that it will direct you in those ways. But I will follow up with staff to get you kind of the estimated kind of wait times per se.
Yeah, and I appreciate you don't have them here today, but I think it leads into my question of this potential of increasing the service area for on-demand and the impact that might have, especially if more people become aware of the service and want to use it more. And so, like, what's that chicken and egg of expanding the service area versus getting more people to use the service within the existing area?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Stoner. Through the chair, yes, we're gonna approach this slowly and cautiously because of exactly that. We know we want to build the service up in terms of its current users. At the same time, we don't want to go and expand just because we have access capacity currently. It's only been in service for 2 months, technically, two and a half months. We don't want to go and expand it dramatically because then all of a sudden, if we do have a surge of ridership, that chicken and egg is all of a sudden our wait times become not that convenient. So I think working with staff, we are going to walk before we run on that side of things, but we're just looking for ways to make sure that at the same time we're being as efficient as we can with the service.
Yeah, I appreciate that. A few more questions. I'm curious about if we expect any overlap between the on-demand service and the custom handy dart service and the users between those two.
Thank you again through the chair. What we know is the on-demand bus is a RBOC, a light duty bus, fully wheelchair accessible, ramp that deploys. So anybody with any mobility aid is able to ride the on-demand service. That's actually a good thing because for custom handy dart service, there's custom registration. You need to register for that service. It's a service really made for individuals with physical or cognitive disabilities that prevent them from riding conventional transit. So what I think is by having the on-demand service, it actually helps complement the handy dart service for those people with maybe just some mobility challenges, that it offers another option for them. Maybe those virtual stops are a little bit closer to their home than a conventional stop. So I think it complements the handy dart system, definitely does not replace the need. And if anything, what it helps do is really keep that handy dart service specialized for the people with the greatest need.
Yeah, thanks for articulating that. And then I was just wondering, can you re-explain what's happening with the lease fee increases? Where is that coming from and what's driving it?
Thank you again for the question through the chair. Two factors are related to lease fee increases. Number one, we did have some public transit infrastructure funding that was supplied against our vehicles. So just to remind council, BC Transit applies quite a bit of federal and provincial funding at an enterprise level to reduce our costs. And then from that reduced cost, BC Transit pays our share, and then we allocate a share of lease fees to local government. So with some changes in some of the funding that we've had, there has been a small reduction in the amount of funding that we've been receiving or are going to receive for lease fees. And then number two, coincided with that is an increase in some of the costs of vehicles and vehicle procurement. One of the benefits of the BC Transit system is that you have a standardized lease fee. It stays fairly consistent, no matter if your buses are new or old. That was something that local governments had requested of BC Transit quite a few years ago, where what was happening with lease fees is brand new buses were costing you a lot of money. They would depreciate themselves down. You'd think your budget was great, and then all of a sudden 4 new buses came in and you'd see these spikes. So in order to reduce those spikes in those lease fees and just kind of that variability for local government, we implemented a standardized lease fee. The challenge on the other side with that is that when our cost base of vehicles goes up, we spread that cost across all systems, regardless of how old or how young your buses are. We spread that out across the province to minimize the effect provincially. So that's the two pieces are that little bit of a reduction in some of the funding that we were receiving, and then a small increase in some of our inflationary costs of vehicles themselves.
And just to seek clarity, is that reduction in funding provincial or federal funding, given the number of announcements that are happening right now around?
Yes, and I need to follow up on that specific public transit infrastructure fund, but I do believe it's federal.
All right, thanks. I've got Councillor Pettingill and Councillor Anderson, and I'll be seeking a motion to receive reasonably soon so that we can try to stay on track with the rest of our day.
Thanks. The revenue line item, is that strictly fare box, or is that inclusive of advertising and T-shirts or whatever else?
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill, for the question. I'd like to get in the T-shirt business if we could. That line, when I present that to council, is a consolidated line on revenue. So it includes several items. It includes advertising. It also includes the stipend from the province for the free fare 12 and under. There is obviously your fare box revenue, and now we obviously have quite a bit of visibility on from a UMO perspective, any electronic payments that are in there. So when I present to staff, it is broken down into several more line items that relate to all of the different revenues. What you see there is a consolidated number of all of those revenue lines.
Okay, and what I'm sort of getting at there, I'm wondering what the strict fare box revenue is, and I'm wondering, are we at the point yet where we can say no fares? We lose that portion of revenue. We cut some operating costs because we don't need all that infrastructure in theory. Do we have a sense of what that number is at this point? I know we've sort of talked about it now and again, but.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair. I don't have the exact number of what the fare box, say, cash revenue is, but it is clearly outlined in Schedule C, so staff can provide that to council. What I would say is, I'm not going to say fare box revenue, but just fare revenue in general still makes up the majority of your revenue. Advertising is a fairly small amount. That's dependent on how many advertisers want to advertise within the Sea to Sky region. That's all managed through Lamar. And then obviously the free fare 12 and under is a smaller portion than the rest, but absolutely through staff we can get council the full breakdown if they want to have any further discussions on fare options moving forward.
Okay, and then my other thing, the other piece of that is, well, can you get the buses to support the service if you reduce the fare or remove it? And with personal vehicles, EVs, we've started to see them reach price parity or even starting at the tipping point of being cheaper than traditional gas vehicles. Are buses there yet? Are we seeing that yet? And are electric buses becoming more available? Or can you speak to those things?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Pettingill, through the chair. I guess the easy answer is no. Battery electric buses, although the technology continues to get better and the efficiency continues to get better, a standard battery electric bus is still about 80% more than its diesel counterpart. Now, that is offset by lower maintenance costs, less moving parts, and obviously the fuel to electricity cost ratio. So operating cost wise, battery electric buses are more efficient to operate, but they do come with a higher upfront cost. We are implementing 16 battery electric buses up in Whistler. I think about 5 are coming this fall and another tranche later in the spring. And obviously one of the key considerations with the new facility is making that facility kind of analyzing battery electric bus options. The only other piece I'll add is there's an infrastructure cost as well with battery electric bus, which is the chargers themselves. Right now, due to the efficiency, we've chosen to do in-depot charging. Technically, over the long term, what we need to get to is in-depot charging as well as en route charging at, say, exchanges, et cetera, where we could do some inline charging as well.
And the other piece was the availability. Are they becoming more available at this point, or is there still a backlog there?
Yes, I think there's still huge demand for battery electric buses across North America. I think the bus manufacturers have done a pretty good job of retooling their operations to start to be able to produce those buses. But I can tell you, based on our original low carbon fleet plan, we've had to adjust that a little bit due to exactly your point, the availability of battery electric buses. We just don't feel we'll be able to get as many battery electric buses as fast as we want them to. So we're actually exploring potentially some hybrid buses as well, some battery electric diesel hybrid buses to help us in the short term lower our GHG emissions in total, while still kind of moving that target forward.
On this, Councillor French, and then I'll have Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And as Councillor Pettingill's question was being answered, and the explanation around recharge got me thinking of, I understand that in China, one of the approaches that's being taken is battery swapping instead of recharging. Is that being explored in the battery electric planning that's underway?
Thank you, Councillor French, for your question. Through the chair, we have an entire battery electric bus team that's led by some people much smarter than me when it comes to the world of battery electric bus. They are exploring all types of options. So again, changing batteries. Most of those batteries are either underneath or on top of those vehicles. Requires some infrastructure, but it is being looked at in China as well. Some of the different pieces they do is sometimes they have charging infrastructure actually in the pavement, in the ground, and the buses will do certain number of loops in that key charging loop before they then go out and do their other routes. So, I think it's a challenging one. The infrastructure costs can be quite obtrusive when you really look at some of these different factors. So I think BC Transit's analyzed it and said for our first kind of thrust into the battery electric bus world, that in depot charging is probably the best initial approach. But I think all of those options are on the table at this point as we develop the program and as we watch the technology get better and better.
Thanks very much, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you.
What's the passenger capacity of the vehicle or vehicles being used for the on-demand service?
Oops, I'll state it again for the record. The passenger capacity for the on-demand vehicle or vehicles being used?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'm going to not nail this exactly correctly, but it is somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 to 24 seats. We do not allow standees on those RBOC type buses. So it's all seated capacity.
Thank you. I note that the in your presentation, Mr. Ringma, the possible expansion of on-demand zones might include in future South Parks, Loggers East, Valley Cliff, and Hospital Hill. I'm wondering about the potential relevance or suitability for Chikai, where we not only have residents of Lewis Drive and Moody Drive, but a substantial employment hub year-round for the sawmill and seasonally for a couple of other businesses, notably Sunwolf. Is this type of service relevant or suitable for consideration for service to that area, on-demand service for that area? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, I think that is definitely something where we would want to work very closely with staff in terms of its suitability. We can provide on-demand service anywhere through the app. It really comes down to a lot of those factors of making sure we're providing an efficient service, making sure that to Councillor Stoner's point, that the service is convenient. And I think definitely we can work with staff as we go through this process to look at all the options. Those I don't think have been brought up by our planning team at this kind of time, but Ms. Gunn, if you want to speak to that.
Through the chair, I'm Dora Gunn, transportation planner with the district. So we do have in the three-year expansion process, we have potential on demand for Cheakamus. And so that might be the opportunity to expand to the areas you're speaking of. The current on demand serves more like the South Squamish area. And so the time it would take for this vehicle to go traveling up to the northern end of town would be significant. Whereas with that future northern service, it would be a better fit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. And I understand staff have a presentation? No?
Through the chair, no. So I don't have a presentation, but there is a resolution in the staff report. My apologies. I sometimes put it in the presentation and I didn't this time.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I had forgotten that there was a motion there. So with that, I'd be looking for the staff recommendation or a motion related.
I'll move the recommendation as it appears in the agenda.
And Councillor French seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, happy to support this. I have interest myself around the the shiny new pieces of this and what technology can do for our efficient delivery of transit service to community. And but I'm proud of the support that this council has given to transit over time and the previous council as well. And the graphic in there that showed the what that investment has really looked like over a longer time scale was quite staggering. And I think we're on the right trend to really fully serve our community appropriately through transit service. I still meet people new to community that express to me that there's a need for more service, and that Squamish is a challenging place to get around without a private vehicle, and we know through adoption of our transportation master plan, as well as our work on our community climate action plan, that transit's core to that. But the conversation has evolved so much from how do we get people out of their vehicles to how do we meet expectations of folks living in our community. And I think this sets us up well to do that, provided that of course province funds expansions overall, which I know is out of control of anyone in this room. But happy to see this move forward and look for ways that we can participate in pilots, experiments, all the things that we need to try to be able to get to the pieces of our community that are underserved, and we will likely continue to struggle to serve over time, just given the densities that we see in some of our outlying areas. Anyways, I'll leave it there. So happy to support. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor French.
Thanks, Jerry. I too support the motion that's in front of us, and I appreciate the information contained in the report. Some of the topics that get a lot of talk time in our community include densification of our downtown, parking issues, and there are some folks in our community who rightfully point out that those two issues go hand in hand with our transit service. And I often hear that our service is insufficient. Some days I agree with that. And then when I look into the crystal ball and see what we are planning to do in the future and carry on the expansion that has been happening over the last couple of years, I'm very optimistic that we're very close to an important tipping point where our transit system really puts our community where our community wants it to be.
Thanks very much. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, happy to support this. I'm fairly proud of where our community has gotten in terms of transit, but I usually hear it doesn't come frequently enough. I don't ever run into someone that wants less transit or fewer buses. I never hear that. It's more faster, and that may be primarily a question now for the next council. And it may be, again, we talk about it every year, but that, cost benefit of removing some of that friction with having to pay and so on. You just get on the bus and it comes every 15 or 10 minutes and you just go where you need to go. Maybe we should really, given the ambitiousness, the necessary ambition of our transportation master plan and so on, like maybe we need to accelerate our planning around that. And the other thing I will just say, I'm glad to hear that there's more marketing and communications planned around the on-demand service. When I talk to people, they're quite excited, but also surprised that it exists. And so I think that is probably a real opportunity. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentation and your continued work in all things bus related. Thanks. All right, and our next item, we'll take a 5-minute break to collect the requisite staff. All right, welcome back to the June 23rd Committee of the Whole meeting. Our next presentation is Newport Ridge Neighborhood Plan Engagement Strategy, brought to us by our planning staff. I'll leave it to them to introduce themselves and the topic. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Chair. My name's Asia Philp, planner with the Community Development Department. And with me today is Jesse Fletcher, Acting Director with Community Development and Safety Division. Community Safety and Development. We'll get there. And today I'm here to present on the draft Newport Ridge Neighborhood Plan Engagement Strategy. This is for council feedback and endorsement. The Newport Ridge lands comprise just over 8 hectares of greenfield lands shown in the aerial photo highlighted in yellow here. An official community plan or OCP amendment application was submitted in 2023 to initiate the neighborhood planning process. Staff brought the application to Committee of the Whole in May of 2025, so a year ago, to introduce the application and get council's input on the overall plan process. The engagement strategy integrates with Newport Ridge's neighborhood plan process, and it outlines 3 major rounds of public engagement. Each public engagement round includes a range of engagement activities and will be followed up with an engagement summary report for that specific round. The engagement process is drafted also plans to present a comprehensive draft of the Newport Ridge Neighborhood Plan in Stage 4 to ensure that the community is not reviewing the full neighborhood plan for the first time during the formal OCP amendment bylaw process in Stage 5. The applicant has engaged a third-party community engagement consultant, Modus Planning, Design, and Engagement, to assist them in developing and implementing the strategy. So an overview of the 5 stages of the Newport Ridge Neighborhood Plan process and how the major rounds of public engagement connect into the overall process is outlined here. The 3 major rounds of engagement take place in Stage 2, Stage 3, and 4. An engagement summary report follows each major round to summarize what we heard for both the public and for council. The applicant, I'm going to conclude today's presentation with the staff recommendation that council endorse the Newport Ridge Neighborhood Plan Engagement Strategy with feedback from today's Committee of the Whole meeting incorporated into the strategy. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for bringing us back on track. Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Not to take us back, but could we go back a slide? Just, it's a useful piece for my question. So on this one, sorry, that one. Yeah, thank you. At each of these steps or that gap in between, is that a council touch point?
Sorry, through the chair, the detailed process is outlined in the previous staff report that's linked in, but yes, there's a touch point with council after each major stage.
Okay, and then the decisions required is the engagement on plan options, workshop, engagement summary comes to council for council to select to endorse one of the approaches. Just trying to understand the decision for the decision makers that'll be at this table when this moves forward,
Yes.
or if that's just in that later point. Like,
through the chair, I'm just going to bring up I have as a backup the outline of the process. So for example, in these, you can see the council touch points after each round. So we present the engagement summary and then a recommendation on whatever is appropriate for that stage, bringing that forwards to council.
okay, and then thank you. That matches what my expectations were. So that's good. The other piece is, do we have the ability to timeline of these touch points? The process has already been underway for some time. Obviously, the application was received 2023. Is that what I saw on the slide? So, and I know that some of these, there's technical studies and it's complex, but I thought it was interesting. There wasn't really aspirational timeline even with this. How do we handle that timing, given that there's such a, like, I feel a short shelf life of relevant public engagement because our community is just growing and evolving so rapidly. So I'm really want to make sure that we're understand that.
Yeah, through the chair, that's great initial feedback, and we're cognizant of that. That being said, this is an applicant-driven process. By front-loading the technical reports and working through the refinement of those reports to hopefully have them be like finalized and accepted right at the beginning of the process, I am personally hopeful that that will help facilitate like a more smoother process than what we've seen with some of our other private developer-led neighborhood planning processes.
No, I think through the chair, I'd add to that, it's a fair assessment. The timing for these things is often dependent on the developer's responsiveness to things staff are delivering, which is why we delayed the start of this application until we had internal capacity to start the process. So in theory, it should run likely over a 2-year period once we get the technical reports and it starts moving. But of course, it'll be subject to developer responsiveness and things that come through technical studies and the amount of engagement and council direction throughout the process.
Thank you. I think even just from where we are, even understanding what the best case scenario or shortest scenario would be useful to orient the public as they engage with the process, given that the other end of the spectrum is I don't know where, as far as how long it could extend, but that might be helpful.
Before I go to other questions, a question on this. What is technical analysis? And I don't know this broad thing, but so going through these processes, I see a tension between understanding what can be done and understanding what a developer might want to do versus developing what the community wants to see. Does technical analysis mean analyzing what is technically possible on the site without looking at any land use, like any actual zoning, no drawings, no buildings, no talking about how many units or what their composition is, just technically what's allowed and what's feasible on the land?
In short form, yes. Yeah.
Great. I think doing that first will seriously help these processes move forward quickly. Thanks.
Yeah. So for example, we'll have them do environmental analysis. So it would eliminate lands that are constrained by riparian, geotechnical, steep slopes that are undevelopable, or development at the toe of those slopes. So those are examples of eliminating the land that is technically not feasible to develop on. So we know what is remaining that we have to work with.
Great. Thanks very much. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I forgot I had Councillor Pettingill on my list, but yes, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Okay. Thanks through the chair. I'll start with the key audiences. In the list provided, there are some that are outdated and or some that maybe I'm out of touch, but I didn't know existed. So Sea to Sky Sierra Club, Kinsman Club of Squamish, Quest University. So I just wanted to temperature check on our list of audiences and when it was drafted and who's responsible for correcting it.
Through the chair, I think that's on staff to go through and double check the list, especially since you're calling out the various entities.
Yeah, there's a few more in there, but a deep dive on that list would be helpful. And then I think back to, I also have notes in here around just like timeline and then who's responsible for what. So I appreciate that there in the list of folks, there's the IAP 2 level. I guess it says District of Squamish is collaborate, but I would argue that we're maybe in the empower phase because we actually decide whether it's a fair enough plan to add to our OCP or not. And so it's just a temperature check on who's, it's always tricky when it's a developer-led project, but whose responsibility is what and where, and how do we articulate that in a way that is clear to us and then definitely clear to the community.
Again, through the chair, staff can go through this list in more detail and perhaps seek to improve and clarify on that IAP2 level. I wouldn't say that we're beholden to only engaging at that, especially for where the district's called out. And obviously there's a gap there with Squamish Nation as well.
Thanks very much. I've got Councillor Pettingill and then Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, and apologize if I missed this, but how do we see this interacting? We've got a more wholesome OCP update planned. Some of these neighborhood plans have taken quite a while. Is this something that we have to get done before we do the OCP? Do we think we can do it in parallel with an OCP update, or, you know, once we get into the OCP update, this has to pause? What do we imagine there?
Sure. Thank you through the chair. So we have 3 developer-led sub-area plans currently in application stage at various stages. Likely many of these will run into the OCP and will run in tandem, though they may inform some of the other policy analysis. The OCP update will begin, I believe, scoping next year, and that these will work together in tandem, but we wouldn't necessarily delay one or the other or require one before the other.
So if I can just dig into that, like if I'm a community member and I was part of one of these neighborhood plans and I gave some feedback, I saw it reflected and I was happy, but then I saw something else come out of the OCP that was developed at the same time, I would be kind of frustrated. And so it does, maybe this is a question for my colleagues more. I'm just sort of wondering how we, it does seem challenging to have OCP amendments in progress at the same time we're amending the whole OCP, and to have multiple sort of concurrent processes changing the same thing. And so, yeah, I'll just leave that with my colleagues.
Yeah, Mr. Valaniskas.
Normally, I think we strive to keep these neighborhood planning processes that are property specific outside of the overall OCP process, because they can kind of, you know, you can go down a rabbit hole and they can kind of derail the overall growth management planning process. The property has been identified in our OCP as a growth area, and so the specific planning usually happens outside of that. I think that two can happen concurrently, because the OCP process will be likely extensive. You know, there will be other amendments that probably come up through that process that need to be done for various reasons.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. On May 13 last year, when we discussed the Newport Ridge Neighbourhood Plan, at the same time, on the same occasion, we also discussed the matter of bringing forward or not to bring forward an OCP amendment bylaw based on the Lot 509-510 application from the Chima family. It was decided not to proceed with the latter. However, the Newport Ridge proposal highlighted our interest in a transportation assessment that would take into account consideration for access, a unified plan that would address lots 509 and 510. Of course, as scenarios. So I'm wondering how will this process address that need for a coordinated transportation assessment to take into account that scenario of 509, 510 development? Thank you.
Through the chair, this might be an engineering specific question, but they are actively drafting the terms of reference for the transportation study that this developer will need to take on. And if they find, I think they're looking at all of the different options for access to that property.
Thank you. My next question concerns the taking into account of wildfire risk in this area. And this was highlighted also last year on May 13 during that discussion. This property is adjacent Merrill Park. I have nearby residents of Merrill Park coming to me and no doubt to my colleagues on a regular basis with concerns about fire risk. I'm wondering how this will be addressed, and in particular, who are the partners we'll address this with? Is this a departmental issue? We'll have our Fire Smart program engaged in the process. I don't see an agency listed in the list of engagement partners, such as Wildfire BC. I just would wish that staff might assure me that the wildfire resiliency plan and wildfire risks will be squarely taken into account in this planning process. Thank you.
Through the chair, I can confirm that as part of the standard neighborhood planning process, we look at any other district plans and policies that would have an influence on shaping this particular neighborhood plan, and wildfire would be part of that.
Thank you. My final question really follows from Councillor Pettingill's issues raised, and that is that we have a few, and staff had pointed out that there's 3 sub-area plan applications currently in process, and then the OCP review. My question will rather focus on staff capacity. How does this affect our staff resources to address these few sub-area plans underway? And they will include, of course, the North Crumpet sub-area plan, which is still in process. Can you address the issue of staff capacity and are efficiently being able to take on these several plans at once? Thank you.
Thanks for that question. We have engaged a contract planner on one of the sub-area plans because we don't have internal staff capacity for it. For the other plans, we wait to assign until there is staff capacity. Some plans move more actively than others, which allows for a balance with other files, but certainly it's something that we take into consideration when we look at our current staffing levels, who's being assigned the file and where other files are being assigned.
Thank you. One of my concerns is the need for a sub-area planning process for the Chikai Fan, for the reason that it's different than the other locations in that it addresses employment lands and infrastructure, community infrastructure needs. So I'd be very concerned if we weren't able to efficiently and sooner rather than later address that one. And I would hope that would not be addressed by our staff capacity issues. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Stoner.
Just in follow up to that, can I get a staff response in terms of that specific sub-area plan?
If I could, I think it's beyond the scope of today's conversation. That will certainly be coming to council in the future. But here today, we're strictly talking about the sub-area plan on the agenda.
Councillor Stoner.
I appreciate that. The broader question is not on the table, but I am curious. I heard that there was a contract planner engaged for this particular file. So just curious when staff decide when contracted support is provided versus not.
Usually for neighborhood planning processes, we either will second a planner and then use capacity funding that we receive to backfill a position, or if there's a contractor available and depending on the scope of work, we will hire a contractor. So it's a bit of a case-by-case basis, but we almost always will require additional resources to support this work.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions or feedback for staff? Mayor Herford?
In other contexts, we've been talking about trying to find ways to put timelines or expiration dates, shelf life on these things. I'd be curious about putting generous, achievable timelines on any of this process. Is that something that's possible under the system that we're working in? We've seen others stall, and I think the early phases get kind of engagement essentially get negated by a long delay, and maybe it's a snakes and ladders and you go back to the beginning to start again if you don't keep things moving in a timeline. Is there a possibility for this type of considerations and processes like these?
Well, I'm thinking about it. I feel like it's council has discretion for OCP applications. So if there was a desire to include an aspirational timeline or aspirational goals, my suggestion would be perhaps at the next council touch point when we have technical reports in hand, that might be a discussion, especially in relation to engagement and maintaining a flow.
Through the chair, I'd add through that, we don't have a formal process to expire active OCP applications. It's something that we'll likely look forward in the future to bring into the land development procedure bylaw. Typically with other applications, if it's idle for a certain amount of time, we can exercise the option to close a file. And certainly it's something that we can look into in the future in terms of operationalizing how long a file can be active without work done by the proponent.
And if I may just follow up on that, are there timelines associated with things like technical analysis? So for example, a riparian area doesn't change terribly quickly, but the biodiversity within a space may change on a much shorter time scale. Steep slopes change on geological timescales generally. Are there timescales associated with many of the technical reports? Do they expire effectively?
Through the chair, it's generally at staff doing the technical review at their discretion. So particularly sometimes flood reports, often if the modeling changes or new information comes about, then we do ask, if it's been a couple years, we always ask for a report to be updated. So that generally is at discretion, whereas as Jesse mentioned, per the procedures bylaw for an application, we do have our rules to follow around timelines for those.
Okay, and I'm thinking of it from the applicant's perspective. If we can, if it's possible and feasible, depends on the report and the context, to put an expiry date on a technical report so that they know they'll need to do it again if it's not received and moved forward within 10 years or within 5 years or whatever's appropriate for a technical analysis. But yeah.
If I may add through the chair, with technical reports, typically when they require updating is when staff update or the district updates the official committee plan or the guidelines around how these reports are received. And that's where we'll see new flood reports required or new riparian reports required if a development for an area 1, for example, or 2 changes or the floodplain bylaw. Without those requirements changing, the technical report likely wouldn't, but it's very rare for our standards and information to not change in a 10-year period.
Okay, thanks. I think my questioning is beyond the scope of this. So, Councillor Stoner.
Thanks. Just picking up on the previous questions around timeline, and Ms. Philp, you said that the next touch point with council would be a good time to consider like maybe how this closes out if there's no active work on the file. Can you just clarify if as I read it, kind of feels like the stage 2 round 1 engagement with focus on neighborhood priorities might go fairly quickly here, or is this coming back to council before we move into stage 2 in the first round of public engagement?
Through the chair, unless there's a motion made by council, our intention is to come back in stage 2.
Thanks very much. If there's no Councillor Anderson? Yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Not at all, Chair. This is actually a comment or some feedback, if you like, if that's okay at this time. It concerns our engagement strategy. Regarding heritage, we of course can think of, first of all, archaeology, but also there is railway logging history on this property. And that would probably be the key heritage theme that might be identified. This is shared with lots 514, 515, North Crumpet development, where the Forestry Center Society did a heritage assessment for the North Crumpet planning process. And I would suggest that one could be done here, very similar. As to contact groups, the library has several photos from this property from the 1920s. They are very special. The West Coast Railway Association and the Forestry Center Society and SORCA are working together on a project to document the Alice Lake Railway line through this property. It runs from Air Drive through to Ellis Lake, among other parts of the railway network of that era. And so we have the library and the West Coast Railway Society and the other group have several spectacular photos from the late 20s from this very property. So it'd be a shame to miss. And I'll be happy to pass on to staff contact persons for those organizations and the work that was done for North Crumpet. So heritage, we do have a few groups that are relevant to this, and I'm sure they'd be very happy, and I'm sure that the developer would also be pleased to learn of these features of the property. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, I have a motion if you're ready for it. It would be that council, and I can email this to you folks, that council endorse the Newport Ridge Neighborhood Plan Engagement Strategy with the following feedback incorporated into the strategy: a review and update of audiences, clarity on roles, responsibilities for each audience, and the IAP2 level of engagement, as well as engagement timeline.
Seconded by Mayor Herford.
Not a huge amount to add. I think this was a good discussion. Just a little bit more detail needed on the draft plan that is presented. Appreciate the effort of lessons learned from previous experiences of trying to get more work done before we engage community. I hear Councillor Pettingill's concern of engagement fatigue, I think, when we go out and then we have to go back to the drawing board because the technical elements have changed. I appreciate that those technical assessments take time and money from the proponent. And I think we owe it to our community to make sure that we are going out with the best plan possible, or the proponent is, so that we are not wasting folks' time. So I think that that is presented here, and just a little bit more due diligence on the details from Modus would be helpful. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And I'll just pass it to council. If there's anything you feel you would like to add, I'd encourage an amendment. Councillor Pettingill?
No, I thank my colleague for the motion. I think what's here makes a lot of sense. And I just reflect in particular on the Garibaldi Estates neighborhood plan. From my perspective, we had an OCP that I believe had strong community support and so on. And then my perception of it is that some folks anyways, when it became more tangible, and the neighborhood plan, I would say, is more specific than the OCP, even though it's part of the OCP, it's sort of a more specific piece of it. But when it became clear how the broader thing that everyone agreed to apply to that specific place close to people, there was a fair bit more friction. And I can see if the order was reversed, you might find a neighborhood plan really drives the whole OCP, which may not be the outcome we want. And so I think we do have to have some really thoughtfulness or sensitivity about how these large neighborhood plans interact with a broader OCP planning process. And, are we going to be having debates about density or bike lanes and sidewalks and stuff on both sides of the road in various neighborhood OCP, neighborhood plan discussions, or is that belong at the OCP? And so I see some tension there. So that's, I think, the main thing I am still trying to wrap my head around a bit. Thank you.
Thanks. Other comments? No. Thank you very much. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, staff. Mayor Herford.
I'd like to make a motion we terminate this meeting.
Seconded by Councillor French. All in favor? Motion carries. We will...
Council, we are at the scheduled time to start our next meeting. So to stay on side, what I would like to do is open the special meeting, adopt the agenda. There's a motion to close there that we should contemplate, and then